welcome to it. It's time to stock and roll. Who's ready to get to the action? Let's take a look at the SPY climbing back here. Of course, most of the action came in the overnight spike. The overnight spike coming from around the 738s on the SPY, getting up there to the 743s. Continuing this morning, a little bit of a pullback, but now we're having a little bit of some more tech playing in on this. Now let's see if the Qs can rally back above here, the 695s. We'll look to see if that can start to climb. I do have a tech name on. We'll see if that can climb into the green there today. I have Intel, but we'll have to wait and find out if that can get going here. And will we see a little bit of a turnaround, right? Of course, tech really getting hit hard last week. We'll talk a little bit more about that, of course, coming up here. But just wanted to show you guys the action to start it off here today. And then we'll take a look to see what's going on. We have some plays we can talk about. So let's go diving into the playbook. Then we got the sunrise to really cover the markets. You know where you're at. It's trade the pool. Let me know out there who's loving this, who maybe had a swing on over the weekend and is able to be cashing in this morning, because if you bought the dip on Friday, especially towards the close, you're loving life today towards the open. It's good to see you out there, Tyler. It's good to see all you guys out there. Nigel, Vertang, what's going on? Good morning to you guys out there. Still have one of my Marvell's calls and CRM from last week. Hey, we'll see what happens there. Tyler, you should be up. It's good to hear you guys cashing. Let's go take a look at the playbook and some trade ideas. All right, first up on the trade ideas, we're going to go into Intel and talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to look for this one to kind of reverse out. The real key is we start to make a trend line approach, right, and start to break out of this, right? So what we need to see is a move back above this level, right? So when we get into this 96 area, we can start to really climb out. But really, we're not clear out of the realms until we get to the 98, right? This resistance is going to be hard to get through. We'll look to see if we can get back there on Intel today. Let's go to another trade idea. Of course, you guys can see these, and I also put these out on Twitter, and of course, we put these out on our Twitter, so catch that and check it on our Discord, of course, also, if you want the first exclusive look. Let's take a look here at another long in the cyclical space. What about an Airbnb play? And really, this is a kind of a seasonal play also. Of course, out of the summer months, of course, a lot of the traveling has already happened, but we'll hear about it in the earnings reports that are coming up. This one just did an undercut and could be rallying back above the 9 EMA. Looking for this one to start getting back to the upside, so things don't look too bad here. If it can start to get that push back above, defined risk would be down there towards the 134s. Let's see if we can maybe get a dip into the 140s today and get a dip buy in Airbnb. All right, let's go to another one here, long on ANF. This was one that I brought you guys last week, Monday. We started to see a little bit of a rise, then just went sideways. So let's see if we could start to get back above the 97, 98s, and then really break above the 100 here for ANF. Of course, a lot of the apparel names have been doing well, and with this one, you could also take a look to see if AEO goes for the break above 1780s. So I'll be looking to see that there's multiple trades here to be happening in the cyclical space. And of course, this could also be the area where you see some rotation kind of sneak into and continue to move, especially if we could get tech to kind of start bouncing back. Then we could have a lot of different areas start to push. We'll look to see what happens here in AEO and ANF. Of course, there has been high flyers in this space, and you could also look for maybe a potential short squeeze in a name like Lulu. Right? If you're looking at some of the high flyers that continue to win, a TJX, a Ross Stores, right? And then as of lately, you've even gotten Macy's and KSS to show a little life. Let's see if they show a little life today and start to see some of those retailers make the move. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look around out there, guys. Let's get into another trade ideas. What about as we talk about the theme for today, right? Tech breakdown in a broad rotation. The NASDAQ 100, of course, lost its 688 floor last week, and we'll take a look to see if that can kind of recover back. Can we get back up into there? And we're already bouncing, right? So now we need to be looking. Are we going to see a continued breakdown driven by growing CapEx anxieties, or are we starting to see a little bit of a turn? right? The cyclicals, the telecoms, the REITs, and the banks are really kind of the area that we saw rotation last week. We'll see if we continue to see that this week. Of course, we got massive reports. This is really, I mean, and we said it last week, it was the biggest week of the year. Well, this is the biggest week of the year. Let's be honest, because Wednesday we get what? We get 4 major reports, right? And so we'll be looking to see what happens this week. We get Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. We'll be looking to see what happens on those. And of course, FOMC rate alongside 4 mega caps. I mean, just strap yourself to a rocket, because it's going to be a rocket ride for sure. And you better hold on. You better hold on Wednesday. This also means that we could see quick action led by some lull going into Tuesday. We'll see what happens here in the intraday market. Let's go to the Sunrise report now and talk about what stocks are moving out there and talk about the 2 developments this weekend that reset the tape. Do you guys know them? Mention them in the chat if you guys know which one these are. But let's get to the Sunrise right now. Reset the tape is the Iran war being paused, NVIDIA agreeing also in principle to guaranteed $250 billion of OpenAI's data center debt. Brent broke below 90 for the first time in 3 weeks, and energy names are being sold in the pre-market. Futures are ripping on the AI supplier bid, and on Thursday's, of course, brutal session that tried to kill it. The market ended last week down, of course, across the board, but opens this week with a full risk-on unwind of the war premium. It walks into, of course, a Fed decision on Wednesday, and the big tech gauntlet, a real leg. We'll be taking a look at Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon, all over in the next 3 sessions, right? So we'll see what happens there. It's definitely going to be something to look at, and a lot of traders will be watching to see what happens there. Of course, the war being paused and the tape wasted no time. President Trump abruptly suspended the U.S. bombing campaign on Iran late Friday after 13 straight nights of strikes. Iran signaled it would hold fire, so as long as the U.S. does the same. Both sides went quiet on Saturday and Sunday. Iran and Omani diplomat foreign ministers convened in Tehran to discuss the Strait of Hormuz shipping. And I don't know about you guys, but I am so tired of these headlines. I just read them here because the truth is I try to keep you guys in tune with the markets. But this has been such a back and forth. Who knows if there's another bombing? I don't think I can rely on this. The only thing I can rely on is that Brent September futures are dropping here 9.2%. And that's down now to 87.89. WTI fell to 82.46. So this is what we need to be watching for. And this could give potential move for some trades, right? Airlines, cruises, right? The leisure trade, the industrial trade coming back. We'll look to see what happens with that trade. Well, we start to get the industrial alignment back. Last week, we got a divergence where you're seeing energy go higher and you had industrials going higher together in tune. Now I'm looking for that separation. And we were talking about that towards the end of the last week, where we'll look to see if energy can make a quick move down and the industrials can pop right back, right? All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the memory trade as the Asia rallied on the same trade. MSCI's Asia Pacific gauge picked up 2%, and South Korea Kospi added a 0.97, with SK Hynix up 3.5% and Samsung up 2%, leading, of course, the semiconductor supplier bid this morning. We'll look to see if that's able to hold. Of course, the weekend AI deal flow that tied the Korean chip complex to the U.S. hyperscaler build-out. A framework agreement covering multi-year Korean semiconductor supply and infrastructure was disclosed alongside a $1 billion investment in Naver tied to President Lee San Francisco's AI Summit's visit. So I think we need to kind of keep an eye out on that. First commercial shipment for the U.S. manufactured GP300 chips also began from TSMC's Arizona fab, the supplier lane. So I think this is just like good headlines in tech this morning, right? And that's kind of what we needed to see, right? Of course, What are we all focused on? Well, we're all still focused on the damage, right? And then all three of these come in after last week's kind of down move, right? But what are we looking at really? Well, we need to take a look underneath the hood, because if we really look underneath the hood, these earnings prints really weren't bad. And I think that there was a lot of kind of misconception on that, right? A lot of people bringing up the CapEx concerns, but was the earnings a bad earnings report? No, it really wasn't, right? We had record reports from many names, right? So we're going to look to see what happens. Can we continue seeing those names? All right, we'll see what happens out there. Oracle, of course, up 3% this morning with the news of course, getting the backing here. And it's a pretty good backing to have, right? Of course, for a stock that's been in the gutter, this could actually cause a little bit of a squeeze here. It didn't go as high as I thought it would go off this headline, but that's something that maybe we are just not buying it yet because of the uncertainty in tech. If we can have a day where tech goes up, Oracle is definitely on the read. Of course, this is a beneficiary given that OpenAI is one of Oracle's largest cloud customers. Any structural build out of OpenAI's own computing infrastructure is a long-term overhang for the cloud rentals. Of course, OpenAI pretty much backed Oracle's debt, so if anything happens, they have their back. We'll see what happens here. Can this get right back up there? I think what we need to watch is, can we get a break back into the 119 right towards the bell? The semiconductor complex, of course, will be kind of keeping their eyes out to see if we can see a nice little pushback, right? And don't forget, tonight we also will get SK Hynix, right? This is going to be the hard one, right? Is what happens with SK Hynix. It reports Monday night, and so this is something to kind of catch, right? What will we see on the reaction today in SK Hynix? Will we get a pop right back? Will we start to make a move right back in the direction back towards the 200? This has been choppy chop, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Will we get another up move? I think we just have to take a look, right? I don't think anybody really knows. All right, of course, that financing deal is on a report that NVIDIA is in talks to provide roughly $250 billion in financing guarantees so OpenAI can lease compute capacity from a 10 gigawatt data center campus being developed by SoftBank's energy subsidy in Southern Ohio. The total project cost is being estimated at $500 billion, including NVIDIA chips. So, of course, NVIDIA has part to battle here, right? It's hard to make sure that it gets done, right? And it's estimated above 500 billion in NVIDIA chips, of which guarantees to cover that the data center lease and debt financing, but not the chips themselves. NVIDIA is in separate talks to finance up to 350 billion in OpenAI chip purchases. The first phase is scheduled for completion in 2028 with roughly 800 megawatts of power capacity, funded by a 33 billion Japanese natural gas plant investment tied to a recent U.S. trade deal with Commerce Secretary Ludnick controlling power allocation. Nothing is signed per the reports, and terms are still moving and talks could fall apart. But this is something to kind of keep an eye out for. NVIDIA's 250 billion in guarantees and OpenAI's data center debt. We'll see what happens there. All right, speaking of which, NVIDIA just making a move to the upside here. I actually like NVIDIA. I was watching this last week on Friday. And did get out of a trade there on NVIDIA on Friday, but I still like the setup here for NVIDIA, even though, of course, everyone will tell you to go hide in a cave, that tech is completely broken. I am not going to be one of those people, because in the earnings reports, I have yet to see that. And if I look at this looks like a setup that could be coming back here for NVIDIA. If NVIDIA starts breaking out into the 230s, what are we going to be saying by the end of the week, right? Are we going to still be in that bearish tune? We'll find out, right? Can the Qs start to make their way back? Was that just a huge undercut and rally on the weekly? Only really one way to find out. We'll have to wait and find out during the market. Let's go, of course, let's bring on our trader, Michael Noss, to talk a little bit more about the markets and see what he's seeing out there. Of course, overnight, a big pop kind of hanging out here on the pop. Of course, this is why sometimes you need to be up, you need to be watching the futures action, or maybe trading a little bit of futures. Shout out to the fibers out there, our parent company, right? Because it was a crazy pop, right? On even the 24/5 trading, opening up there at 691 when we just had closed at what, 683.98. So big pop there. What are you seeing in the markets today, Michael?
Still in a range, right? Still range bound, and makes sense for summer, makes sense for the elections coming up, everything we talked about, and we have a much bigger MAG7 earnings event coming out. But so far, today's pop's been nice. It gets us over, I think, we got to look at if we can hold it above these two topping tails, kind of right in this area, right? So that to me is important, because I was looking at those topping tails and saying, okay, well, they open up and they rally, and then some big seller comes and smacks it down twice. If we can get above that and stay above that, that to me is an interesting thing. And back and forth, kind of choppy action. I drew out this box a long time ago. Looks like we're right back in it. So just like I wasn't getting too worried on the way down, I'm not going to get too excited on the way up. We really need to see a break and a hold above this 755, right? We were chatting about this as it was happening on stream, that it double topped in there. There has been a lot of resistance in that zone, and until we're kind of through that and everybody is happy, then we take our shot at all-time highs. And it could just be not during the summer, right? It could be one of those things that happens closer to the election, once you guys have that all figured out, all sorted out. Could be one of those where you have, hey, let's wait for something to occur that really gets things kind of pushing. I guess they're off again. They're friends again over in Iran, but I don't know if we care about that anymore. So big things to watch out. Obviously, the earnings on Wednesday are going to be a big deal. I think even more so than what we saw last Wednesday. There's just more of it coming out, and then we've got Apple on Thursday. There's just a lot of big names kind of go through here. So nice. Again, we are probably exactly opening up in the middle of the range. So we'll see what happens when the liquidity comes in. As for the everybody's wrong thing, let's take a look at what they did here on the weekend, which was not a lot, right? So if you zoom in, you got to really zoom in to see it. And again, we're focusing on the red line. For anyone who's new, the commitment of traders data updates once a week, and that just shows the positioning, the net positioning of everyone, large speculator, small speculator, commercial hedger. If you trade futures, you are included in this data as well. Congratulations. But everything is definitely focused on in here. And you can see not much change. We had a big cover. They kind of got out of their shorts right around here. And it was funny that they got out of their shorts at right where the top was, which is just why I follow this data. You could not have timed it better. This candle right here is when everyone covered all their shorts, right, not at the lows, not as the market was running, but this is when the positioning got way less bearish. And it's still, I'll put like negative 50K in like the neutral stance. And just like sentiment data, commitment of traders data only matters at extremes. It only matters when people are very long or they're very short. If you run a sentiment data or a survey and it comes out and it goes, everyone's fine, then it's like there's no data to be given there. Same with the NASDAQ, right? The NASDAQ is kind of holding strong here. And if you take a look, pretty much exactly flat for both large speculators and small speculators. That means, anyway, there's room for these guys to start to get involved. They haven't been involved in this whole rally higher. They've sold out of their long positions kind of right in this zone and just missed all of this. So that's one positive note, but yeah, there's just no real kind of takeaway there. But I did want to take a quick look at some of these commodities and then a couple of the currencies here as well. Coca, something we can talk about. There's an interesting potential trade we have there. But if we take a look at oil, for example, they're starting to get long oil again. And so far, been wrong. Not a huge amount, not as long as they were kind of way back here. right? This is where everyone was really betting that oil was going to go higher, up at 100. But now that we're creeping back up, they've also been kind of getting involved here a little bit. Whereas the commercial hedgers, the ones who kind of know the oil supply, because if you're a hedger in the oil space, it means you're on the phone all day talking about other things that people are pushing, saying, hey, how easy is it to get oil, things like that. You get just a better understanding of what's going on overall. Well, they're starting to short. They're starting to bet against oil. So the large speculators that are wrong, then these kind of push downs are not really happening to the other side of that. And then I wanted to take a quick look at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's actually been showing some pretty good strength here. And yes, just as they're continuing that trend as well. So it was worrying me that everybody was buying Bitcoin in this zone, in the 60,000. That's where large speculators were starting to get involved. And as we start to push higher here, they're starting to cover that position already. So I would like to see a little bit more of a flat Bitcoin type of thing. You saw a little bit here, you very rarely see large commercials long Bitcoin. Because if you think about it, if you're a commercial hedger in the crypto space, who are you? Well, generally speaking, you're going to be a miner. You're going to be someone who's out there mining Bitcoin, and then you're always looking to sell, and it makes sense to be short Bitcoin, because if you know that you're going to make on average 2 Bitcoins a week, it would make sense that you're always selling the future price of those 2 Bitcoins out. So as soon as you get the Bitcoins, you're covering the trade. That's more or less what commercial hedgers are trying to do, is they're saying, okay, if I lock in this price now, then I know my company is profitable. Whereas if we take a sharp downturn, and then because the algorithm kind of self-adjusts based off of ease, based off the price and how many people are mining it, it just makes sense that they're always kind of locking in that price. And that's why you see sometimes long, but mostly short on Bitcoin. So not a huge thing to really talk about. The only last thing I wanted to look at is the AAII Investor Sentiment Survey, just to show everybody's bearish again. This doesn't update today. I think this will update tomorrow. So I'll show you this one again, because for the 22nd, the week ending of the 22nd, I think there'll be another one showing up soon. But yeah, everybody's bearish. I wish everybody was short to match it, but we're just not seeing that right now.
I think we'll have to wait and see, right? I think that's what it mainly is there. So I think that's just what it's going to be for now, guys. Just on a wait and see mode. And I think what we need to be looking at is, can we get some type of rebound, or is it going to be value? I mean, the SPY's hanging in there at least. But of course, if we get a continued downside action move in tech this week, that's how you get that breaking of the trade, right? So I think today's a big important day, and then of course Wednesday is going to be the most important day of the week. You also got FOMC that could be giving you a little bit of some fireworks. It's just going to be a completely loaded day. And what I've seen in a lot of those days is that you can get a lot of like mixed noise, where one goes up, then one comes down, then one goes up, then one comes down, and you could pretty much not go anywhere. So it's going to be interesting. That's for sure.
Well,
I think
yeah,
what we need to be watching.
well, we've
Go ahead.
got 2 of the MAG7 on Wednesday. We got Microsoft and Meta. And then we've got the other 2 real big ones, Apple and Amazon, on Thursday. So just a lot during that period of time. That's got to be what shakes us out of this range, right? It has to be. I don't know what else gonna. Then the last one, Amazon or NVDA, that they always do that like way later. That will be weeks and weeks from now, and I don't think really anyone cares anymore, just because you have every single one of their customers have already reported and told you exactly what it is they're going to do. But yeah, you've got Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, ARM, QCOM, right? Huge day on Wednesday. And then just in the next day, you have Apple and Amazon. So between these 2 days, it's like, I think I read it's like 30% of the S&P 500 is reporting in these 2 days. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then it's not only those, right? I mean, early in the week, we're still getting some good names that you have to look for. AMKR, you have to be on watch for KLAC, TER, right, on Tuesday. So Monday we get AMKR. That one's an interesting one. It's not the biggest report in the semiconductor services, but it's a good one to take a look at. And then a bigger report, of course, the KLAC and the TER. Those are kind of in your semiconductor services equipment monopoly names, right? Those will tell you how maybe ASML is starting to rebound or not. And then on Wednesday, you also have ARM, you have LRCRX, right? That's why we mentioned it's not just that. You got Qualcomm, right? I mean, there's a lot to take a look at this week. And then a lot of back and forth, right? So I think what we need to be looking at is what's going to happen by the end of the week, right? Will really be more of the tell, right? Not only just on the reactions of the earnings, but by the end of the week, right? So it was a little bit wild ride there on Intel, of course, as it went from the green to the red on Friday. Of course, we'll see what happens. What are you feeling about Intel? Do you think this comes back? How do you feel about it, Michael?
I'm still in the camp that I think semis are just not, they're not it anymore. Like I could see a world where Intel, all of these things do what NVIDIA did, which is you've got it's somewhere between like 140 and I don't know, 75, $80, and it's there for years, months, years. It's, these things don't have to just rip back through, but it also doesn't mean that they're awful trades, right? You can have a potential great trades inside of these wide ranges. So, and again, I'm just going back to NVIDIA. It was not, it got repriced, had to get repriced. They were selling GPUs to gaming nerds. And then all of a sudden AI came out and it did this massive reprice. And then it's done nothing now. It's right all the way back here. It's at the exact same price it was in October of 2025. And maybe Micron and all these ones are they're set for that. And this is why I think it's always our job to go, okay, well, what's the next thing? Right?
So the thing is there, right, is so why would it stop here? Why does the party stop? Just because?
I just think there's a world where the market's priced everything inaccurately. Right? It's
priced in the future earnings?
That's what the market prices in, right? The current, in theory, it's supposed to be the current rate of all the future prices. So what you need is a surprise in which the market was not expecting and say, oh no, we don't have this right? But the whole thing is supposed to be your discounted to current of all the future value that you believe the company's worth. And then everything just kind of changes that slightly. So it could be that, SK Hynix and all these things that are pretty accurately priced, and maybe they go up like most stocks, they go up 5 to 10% a year, and on a great year they do a 20%, and they just drift up over time, and they just don't have these insane explosive moves ever again. And then there's another sector that comes out that we're not even thinking of right now, and for me, that's always my job, is to look at and say, okay, well, that's cool. Everybody's watching semis. There's not an analyst shop on the world that doesn't have their smartest mind trying to figure out what the current value of future cash flows for these companies are. But what aren't they looking at, right? Is there, I don't know, biotechs, quantum computers, drones, robots? I don't know. Like there's got to be something that's next. And I just always spend my time and same thing you could say with commodities, right? There are still people out there that are chasing the next silver move, right? And this thing popped at the beginning of the year, kind of fell apart, and it's been doing this. And I'm not saying semis are going to go down. It could be that just semis are the new Apple. And there's great trades on Apple, and Apple hit a new all-time high, so it's a nice strong stock. But your Apple gives you 10% a year, 20% a year. It's a lot easier for these things to take off when they're $100 million companies and do these crazy moves than when they're like $2-3 trillion companies. It just takes way more capital and way more people to be wrong, I think, is the big thing. When you're an uncovered stock and no one knows that you exist and you kind of come out of left field, it's easier to be uncovered. And then all of a sudden, once everybody knows that you exist, then it's like, okay, like the joke I always make that Jensen can't go to the bathroom without like 10 Goldman Sachs analysts know how long it took him in there. Like just everyone in the world is covering every move you do. It's just a little bit harder to be surprising to people.
I just don't feel that the market can price that in for that long, because what is it pricing in? 6 months? Is it pricing in a year? Is it pricing in 3 years? Is it pricing in the whole AI kind of complex? I
Well,
don't, I
it's
highly doubt that. I mean, at least just
it's
from my thinking there.
it's always
So
trying to price in everything, right? The only question is
yeah,
whether or not it did a good job, right? But that's
yeah.
what the market is. It's trying to price in everything that's going to happen in the future, and that's when you see news come out exactly the way people expect, you don't get much of a move. It's when something comes out completely out of left field and they go, God, like, they didn't see that AI was going to need so many of these NAND chips. And then once they did, you got a very quick and rapid reprice. And then the question you just got to ask yourself is, are they doing a good job of guessing what's going to be needed in the future, or do you think that they're overshooting it and there's going to be more competition, or are they undershooting it and then they're going to need to reprice it again, right? Until then, you get these ranges while the market just tries to figure it out.
We'll see what happens there. Matt is asking a good question here. He says he's new to trade the pool and he's
Oh,
looking to
welcome.
have 4 charts open simultaneously on the platform rather than having separate windows. So what you want to do, my friend, is called the grid. It's called the grid. So when you go into your terminal, you're going to scroll down. You're not going to click chart. You're going to scroll down until you hit grid. And once you get that grid, it'll probably have these that are linked, symbol links. So you'll have to make them either none or color them whatever you want to color. We have up to, I think, 6 colors available to you, or none that creates no linking, right? But you can then set it up any way you wanted. You could go all the way as many, I think, as like, what is this? This is about 5 by 4. So up to 20 charts at a time, right? So that's
Damn.
20 charts.
Yeah. He's squinting real hard to try to figure out what's going on
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Of course, on my screen, this would not work well on this screen. But let's say if you had like one of those extremely wide screens, or you had this on a TV, like a 4K TV, then it'd work, right? Because I have like a 1080. So if you had 4K, you would have more pixels, right? So then you could spread that out and you can make this wide. Or like me, where I have like a multi setup, right? Where I could do essentially, I could open this up really wide. I have like 4 screens, right? So I could like just make it super wide and fill out all the screens, right? Now they're getting bigger, right? So it's just a play around, but definitely check out the grid, guys. You can do many different options, right, with the grid. It's just depending on how you want to go about it. So there you go, my friend. You got your answer, Matt. Welcome to the show, and good to see you in the chat. If you have any more questions, please reach out to us. And that's one of the things that we're here for, is trying to help you on simple answers like that. And got you. I'm here to help. I'm glad we were able to help this morning. All right, let's keep going. And Shah saying it's an actual good feature of the platform. Yes, I agree. And I think you can also just set it up how you want it. Like I like a lot of times not like I like the 3 charts, where it's like 3 charts, 3 different time frames, right? But I feel like when I do this like this on here, then you guys can't see things on your side if you're watching the stream too well, right? Especially mobile. If I start putting like 4 or 5 charts, you guys will be like trying to squint to see what we have. But that's why I put things a little bit bigger. This is like, I have like one monitor that's just dedicated for you guys, right? Like literally everything else is kind of more for me. Like that's why you'll see me looking everywhere else. But this is just for you guys, like this whole setup, right? That's
Yeah,
why
and
I got
always
multi monitors.
when you're always building your setup, right? It's like I always look at it like when you're cleaning out your house. The easiest thing you can do when you're cleaning out your house is look at something, say, have I used this in the last couple months? No? Okay, get rid of it. And I do the same thing with charting and all of that, right? Is just every now and then do a little spring cleaning and say, has this thing made me money looking at this? Because if it's made me money, then great, I'll keep it. And if not, just get rid of it, kind of move from there. So that's why I always keep my setups really clean, because I just found over the length of what I do, there's just been just a couple things that I need to see, and the rest of it I kind of go by the wayside with it. I used to be I love those ultra wide monitors. I had two like stacked on top of each other and just insane amount of screen real estate. And then just downsized over time. So use what you like. And one thing that I always like too is, remember, you got these tabs that you can do here. I don't even know what's on that tab. Oh, that's a white chart. But yeah, you can create these tabs. So if there's something that you only use periodically and you're kind of running out of screen real estate, you can just bury it in a tab and then just kind of move as well, right? But Mike, isn't that anti-quant? No, I'd say the more quantitative I've got, the more systematic I've got. That's one of the reasons I need less real estate. I mean, I already know all the swings I'm going to take today if they hit certain prices. So I don't need to watch them all. Right? There'll be an alert that pops up and says, "Hey, man, buy this." I'll go, okay. Right. So I think that's part of it too, is the more, if you find yourself overwhelmed with the amount of stuff you got open, just make sure you lean more on like alerts and scanners and things like that, just so they'll show you exactly what you need to see and not everything. Because I've just dealt with a lot of traders who've had that issue where there's just like, they have so much on the go. There's just things everywhere. They find like they're just overwhelming themselves constantly. So the ability to say, hey, just, if you've got a bunch of stocks you're interested in, just set alerts for them. And then you don't need to watch so many things and kind of split your brain and cause a lot of fatigue and things like that.
Yeah, it really just depends on how you watch charts, right? Are you watching tick by tick, or are you on deeper time frames, right? Because if you're on deeper time frames, then you don't got to stress too much. You can have 20 charts open. It's just that when you're on the 1 minute chart, yeah, that will wreck your brain. So that's the one thing that I will say, right? It just depends on what you're trading, right? Because if you're watching, I always have like, maybe probably about eight charts that you don't see up constantly, and I throw some charts up there, and that doesn't really confuse me. But it's all dependent on what time frame you have those charts, right? So I think 15s to even dailies or hourlies are probably the best, because then you're not watching tick by tick, right? You're just watching levels. I'm not really watching for momentum. I'm watching for levels to break, and I want to maybe keep an eye. But alerts can definitely do the same thing and then let you know once that level is broken, if you have your plan set, and then you can just react, right? All right, guys, what's catching up in the chats here? Mike, Jane has some crazy charts. I don't know how many indicators she uses. But yeah, it depends on what you want to use, right? It really just depends on what it helps you, right? If it helps you, then keep it. If it doesn't, then get rid of it, right? Like I like the MACD and the RSI. I actually overlay it. And the reason I overlay it is because I don't want to see too many indicators, right? So this way I can have like maybe 2 or 3, right? Because I usually have like the ATR, above, I have the MACD, I have the RSI, and then I have another thing that you guys don't see too often, which is only a TC exclusive, which is a sector and an industry line chart underneath it. And so it essentially is showing me how the sector and the industry is moving with that stock. But that's just a little added bonus that I get from certain tools. That's why as a trader, it's all about what you have in your tool belt. And if you actually use it, you know what I mean? It's like if, if a concrete guy had like a nail hammer on his side and he's just walking around, right? Well, I mean, I don't think he's using that hammer too much, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I think the exercise of just looking and just being honest with yourself and saying, has this indicator or chart layout or whatever, has it made me money? Is there more money in my pocket because I have that thing on there? And if yes, then keep it. And if no, then get rid of it. And it's the beauty, the thing I love about trading, and one of the reasons I got into it, is there's no way to hide whether or not something's a good idea or a bad idea or whatever. It's just, is there more money at the end of the month, at the end of most months in your pocket because of XYZ? If so, it's a good idea. If not, you should should abandon it and move on. And right, there's no kind of games to play or anything like that. So that's always what I say when people are like, oh, my charts are getting a little too cluttered, or I think the easiest way to see is, are you exhausted at the end of the day? Because if so, you're probably just you're probably trying to input and digest too much information. And then you just look at it and you say, well, what could I have removed? And that's just an exercise, again, like I watched a documentary a while ago on like minimalists, and that's how they do it. It's they're just like, they look at it and they say, hey, is this thing made my life better? No? Well, get rid of it. All right, that thing, did that make my life better? No? Okay, get rid of it. And just continue to go down that route until you're at the point where the only things you're seeing are things that make you money. Same thing for your scanner, right? If your scanner is giving you a lot of junk, well, then it's probably too loose. And if it's not, if you're looking at the end of the day and it's not giving you a bunch of opportunities, like you lost money, then it's too tight. And it's just kind of this game of tug of war that takes a really long time to really solidly figure out. But then you get to a point where you're like, okay, I'm relatively happy with everything that's on my screen. And then you don't change it too much after that. For me, it's just simple bar chart. And it's basically what you're seeing is basically what I look at here. And then just a lot of alerts and things like that kind of wake me up to, oh yes, there's something going on that I got to keep an eye on. Get Twitter open here just to see, because I really didn't.
There we go. So shout out to Rick Knight. Good morning to you out there. And there was some quantum news chats talking a little bit about that on QBTS, right? So looks like AT&T likes their product. And so you're seeing the quantum stocks get a little lift with mentions this morning. So, hey, how does that work out? We'll see what happens. It's AT&T pop. It's really just a mention, but it's helping, right? So we'll look to see what happens there. QBTS already up there to 1792s, had pulled back to the 1740s, pushing towards the 18 break right here before the bell. We'll look to see what happens there in QBTS and how the others play in. Rigetti, will we start to see the others start to make the move? You're seeing them trying to make the move right now, right? So
20% short float on that QBTS. QUBT has a 30% short float. Rigetti's got a 20%, and these have all spiked recently. So people have been leaning into these shorts kind of in this, so this is Rigetti, like this $20 to $15 area. You said it was QBTS was the one that got the news directly, and the rest of them are sympathy. Is that what's going on? Yeah, they shorted the heck out of this, starting at like pretty much right here around 17, 18 bucks. These have been hammered, and just like we always see with the shorts.
Hughes getting hammered right now, just to mention it.
Bad news out there. But yeah, so those are heavily shorted. So if you're looking for something moving, that whole sector's moving, you can take a look. But yeah, falling down a bit there in the Qs. Let's go to Twitter and see if there's anything. I've seen nothing really in the way of news. NVIDIA makes investment in safe superintelligence. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, the NVIDIA news was helping things this morning. We'll see if NVIDIA gets the pop again here.
Yeah, we are selling into the open. I'm not really seeing anything for why we're selling into the open, but no, we're open.
Right, NVIDIA is starting the action to the upside right out the gates with a nice little pop there. So NVIDIA appreciation, at least from the pop right out the gates. We'll see if some other names start to turn there, but it's going to be a little bit wicked here. Look at NVIDIA right back down. It's just all over the place here. We'll look to see what happens in this sector. Looking to see what leads here. Cyclicals leading. I talked about how you could see those names get to pop in lodging and apparel and leisure, and that area is just popping all around here, guys. Big pop in those areas. That's your Hilton names. Marriott up almost a full % already. Booking up. So might go with Airbnb there. Airbnb already getting the pop there, so that's going to be one name that I definitely like here on the move. I wanted it back down towards 140, red to green, but I'm getting a quick move through the 145. We'll look to see what happens on these. Nice little pop there, Airbnb. ANF,
Like
name on the radar, right? We'll look to see what happens.
very much right, Q's down ticking off the open, making new lows of the day, and IWM looks like it's about to flip and potentially make a new high of the day. So the same story seems to be continuing just a little bit here. If we just kind of flip back before, there's IWM, there's QQQ, just back and forth, right? So Q's moving down a bit and IWM moving up, and just again more of the same. I don't need this guy. I don't think anyone cares about SpaceX here anymore. Get that off my list. There we go. USO, this is something that I think we need to look at, because this was part of the reason for the pop that we had there, is that we had, everyone talking about there's no war again, I guess, depending on the moment that you look. So if oil really starts to roll over there, but that was grinding higher into the open, just like when we saw with the Qs, these was grinding a little bit lower into the open. So yeah, big cap tech still under pressure. IWM, the average stock, trying to move up from the open. Where's our RSP? Yeah, RSP straight up from the open. So just that type of environment again.
Financials, communication, basic materials, industrials. Remember I mentioned how the airlines could get the easy trade with the oil down. That's getting the easy trade on the pop right out the gates there. You got about $1 pop on Delta. Not a bad little pop right there, right out the gates, right? So sometimes you can get those easy trades there. Airlines looking like the easy trade today.
Yeah. It's, RSP, SPY, IWM. Yeah. Tack, I can do that for you. So there's RSP, and then I'll just add in SPY and IWM. You can see IWM has been doing the best. They're in green. RSP kind of in the middle there with the candlestick chart. And then this one here is the SPY. So RSP is about to make a new all-time closing high. If it were to get to that price and then we close here just a little bit higher, right? You can see very simply, right? Our RSP is close to or at new highs and breaking out today, moving higher, a lot of momentum on its side. The Q's well off its high and just pushing a little bit lower. And just that's the environment we're in. Right? They don't want tech, but this was is there anything else more bullish than the fact that the AI trade, the large cap stocks that everyone said when they stopped going up would crash the market, stopped going up like a month and a bit ago, and it didn't crash the market, and everything's just fine. Like that's what are the bulls? What are the perm bears going to latch on to next? Because that was, I remember, the most recent narrative saying, "Oh man, once these AI things cool off, that's the end." It's like, well, there we go. They cooled off, and it wasn't the end. It was the only end if you were invested in these names, as opposed to IWM breaking out here. It's above the last 2 days highs. Nice new candle here. Opening 5-minute print on IWM is going to be very positive. Dipped for a second there and then closed back up and to the positive there. So interesting look there in the IWM. See what happens. This is the second 5-minute candle just opened up. Let's see if we can get a recovery in the Qs. That will really help everything out. That's dramatically outperforming the Qs. That'll be a big help if we can get a push here.
All right, guys, finally starting to see Intel bounce a little bit here. So let's see if it can start to wake up. Q's starting to get the bounce there now.
Yeah, Goldman sees gas price risk. Okay. Cool, I guess. Or sorry for that. Whichever one of those is. Over. All right. My Claude's being
Google
a bit lazy
pushing
this morning.
strong. Google pushing strong back up there to 328. That's looking really nice today, guys. The Qs are lying to you on the downside. Google's pushing. Nice reaction there in Google. That was one of the ones that I wanted to look at today, and it's driving right here out the gates. I got stopped out of it on Friday, and I'm so frustrated because I got stopped out at like a 320s, right? Where I tried to push and hold this thing, and man, just got stopped out at like for like $2, right? So then now it's already ripping back to 330s, right? I would be up like $10 on that. So just to me, it feels like Google's on the drive, man. It feels like it's coming back. I still got Intel, so I'm not mad. I'm deep in the green already, starting to get a nice little liftoff party. I got 100 shares of Intel, so let's see if this can really take off now. Back there to the 95s. Let's go, Tech. Let's have a nice little rebound day. Tech is rebounding. Let's go.
Well, yeah, and it's all this, right? So if you look at semiconductors, sold off into the open, first 5-minute candle red, barely recovering there. And then you take a look at IVG, which is what Google would be in, software play, right? Ran up from the open and pushing higher. So this still getting this, right? Hardware down, software up, kind of vice versa. And yeah, the software side of things that's the place you want to look at today. So it's a great place to focus your attention on when it comes to that, because that is going to be Google, and then maybe, I haven't looked at, but maybe Microsoft would join that. Yeah, Microsoft's looking great. Then you look at something like MU, right? Down on the day. MRVL, right? Pushing down from the open. And then the rest of them are pushing higher. So just this is a very nimble market. You've got to be quick. You got to be nimble, because there's just going to be different areas of the market seem to have, different moments in which they're having a good time. And just right now, in this very moment, it's just software over hardware.
Starting to see a little pickup here in Planet Labs. You could see SpaceX have a good day today. I'm looking to see if SpaceX has a good day today, at least just today. I'm not really a long-term SpaceX fan. I expect double digits in that. But Tesla bouncing back. I could see SpaceX bouncing back also. I saw Rocket Labs ripping there. I can't jump and catch that one. I'm going for Planet Labs on the dip here. But I do like the action that I'm seeing in the space, just to mention there. I do have Intel. I see App doing pretty well. Just to mention another stock that's doing well today. Look at that liftoff. That's about $10 liftoff there for App. Shop doing well today also. So just look around out there. There's some good tech names. Google now 1% up, 2.88%. CoreWeave doing well also. Regeneron, Packard, another name that I like there, and the industrial names doing well. So Packard doing well. We'll see if the industrials can continue doing well. But it's interesting because even Pepsi's doing well right now. So this could be an everything lift type of day, as that's what I'm seeing right now in the market. Let's see if the SPY really wants to get going here. Qs though, if we break the new low, just be careful, right? That's going to be your kind of concern area if you start to break those new lows.
Yeah, and that's
Intel
really
coming right back, right? It just keeps bouncing there.
It's been the tail, right? Is that you get the one day where it's hardware, and then the next day it's software, and the next day it's hardware, and today it's software. So if you want to focus, SMH actually just turned negative on the day, right? So your whole semiconductor index is down. And then if you look at IVG, which is our software index, that is up on the day and hitting new highs. That's the beauty of this, right? Is looking at relative strength. It becomes, you don't have to be super fancy with it, right? You don't need crazy indicators and all this. If they help you, great. But I just sort this by what's up or down the most. And right, semiconductors, I just noticed just tick negative. And then I just scroll to the top and, what's leading us? Well, software.
QBTS, new highs, 19s now on QBTS, ripping strong, those quantum names.
Yeah, I was very interested in the short float of those things, really heavily shorted, and where they shorted too. We can go back and just look at that quickly. Right, so this line on the bottom, this one here, this is the short float, and you can see it's just ticking up. And the reason it moves sideways and then bumps like this is this just reports every 2 weeks. And so they're shorting and shorting and shorting kind of in this area. And that gives you a good idea. Let's say 20 to 25 is where probably 10% of the float got shorted. So we start getting up into those 20s and 25s. People start to get a little bit nervous. Like, oh, well, this isn't working out too great for me. We got to deal with that. And so I hope that happens, and I hope I get a way in, or else I guess don't care if it happens, right? IBM up $4. TAC, that's how I know you're old school. If you quote stocks in points and not percentage, that's you're old school. But yeah, IBM's trying to recover. I did a lot of study on this gap down on IBM because I was interested in buying it just because of where it's occurring. There's big support in this area. And what I found was IBM has a horrible history of gapping down and staying down for months and then eventually recovering. So I'm not that irked me out of the trade, but I was interested to see if there'd be a little snapback. Maybe this time will be different. We'll get a snapback this time, but in the history of IBM, it seems to have a pretty gross time trying to recover from when they have some sort of bad news that tanks them. What else are we looking at? So IBIT is another thing to keep a look at. So we talked about Bitcoin back above 65,000 there. Bitcoin's been doing well, but Ethereum has actually been pretty dramatically outperforming. It's an easier way to do that with if you do ETH over BTC, you can see that for the longest time. So essentially, if this line moves lower, then it means that Bitcoin's a better place to put your money than Ethereum. And if this line moves higher, it means Ethereum's a better place than Bitcoin. And you can see most of the time since August of 2025, Bitcoin has really outperformed Ethereum. But since essentially June of this year, we started to have that little reversal where Ethereum's been a good place to put your money. So if you think this trend continues and persists, then you're going to have that maybe Ethereum is going to happen. But you're going to need, there's not much of a world where you have Ethereum ripping and Bitcoin's not, and vice versa, right? The whole cryptocurrency space is just like one giant sector and often moves together. Let's go. Oh, stop. Man, Fable chews up your...
Yeah, why you shouldn't use Fable, man. And if you do, you got to use it on cowork.
I'm using, the Opus. I downgraded everything to Opus 5 because I had it tell me. I just went to Claude. I'm like, what's the difference between Fable and Opus? And it's like they're both the same intelligence. Fable has a longer memory, so if you don't need anything with a super long memory, just use Opus. And because I'm using the $300 a month plan now, and I burned through all my Fable credits. This is crazy.
So one of the things that I would say is if you're not using cowork, you're probably wasting the way that you can use it right now because they gave you double usage on cowork. And one thing I've noticed is when I use it on cowork and I do like the simplest task on cowork, it should be something I do on chat. It's still giving me way longer of an ability to stay without hitting the usage block, Michael. So
I use I've got cowork for everything, right?
On the weekend, I would use cowork even on Fable for like a long time, and it was just because it was on cowork. If not, it wouldn't have been able to work. So I've been using Opus 5 on cowork just nonstop, and I can even put it on and I use Opus 5 for like the also for the coding, and then I put fast on too. There's no reason not to put on fast. I know some people don't put on fast, but I'm not here to be all day on the computer, man. I'm putting on fast. If you're telling me you can code faster, please. Do it now.
Yeah, it's just about whether or not you need deep research. And I would argue from what most people are doing, they don't need like the super deep research that like the ultras and maxes and everything do. And it's like if you're doing, especially people are like, oh, I leave it on
detailed.
Ultra
it depends
code.
if you're not coding.
They're like, oh, I'm on ultra code and I'm building like a little light web app. I'm like, no. Like you go quick with that thing. You'll get way more done.
I mean, the key of the difference is it's how much memory is going to hold, right? That's the only difference, really. And then the quality of the answer and the output. So it doesn't limit it on output characters. It gives you more of a detailed response. If you want detailed response, use max everything.
I don't read after response. I often go back and go, yes, I'm summarized for me. I'm not reading all that, but
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
You could also tell it. Like you can be like, yo, stop giving me responses that are like 3 paragraphs long.
yeah.
Giving me 1 paragraph response only. Look at Google though today. If you want to look for relative strength, look at Google. This is what's an interesting trade, right? Is oh well,
Software's
yeah,
been
the Qs are
ripping.
going down, but look at Google.
And all of IVG is just right like this. Let's put it on this on a 1 minute chart. It dipped down for the first like 3 minutes of the day and just bam, just ripping. We don't have anything from I didn't check the calendar. We don't have anything we care about, do we? Today? No, we
For the
already
time
had
being.
something. Nothing tomorrow. Nothing on Wednesday until Fed rate decision, which is like a 99% chance that nothing's going to happen. I think if he were to hike rates, he's definitely getting a visitor from a scary dude in the middle of the night if he chooses to hike here.
Wasn't there like a 60% or something like that?
For this one, let's see. Last I checked, it wasn't Kalshi Fed.
Forgot. I haven't taken a look in the Fed Watch tool for a little while.
85% chance of a maintain. And then a 20% chance of a hike of 25 basis points. And then if you really want a YOLO, there's a 1% chance of a hike greater than 25 basis points. So if you really wanted to go crazy, you could 100x your money if they're going to.
Michael, I don't trust those prediction markets. I don't think they're very smart at all.
Bet you it's going to, well, I think they've got every single Fed rate decision since they were launched, but we can just, I bet you it lines up perfectly with the Fed.
They couldn't get the LeBron decision right. So,
oh, well, I don't know. I don't know about any of that. I know they do elections well.
Couldn't do it.
I know they do. Yeah, same thing. So, yeah, if you're looking at the next Fed one, it's 70% on Fed Watch and 80% on Kalshi. So it's essentially close to a sure thing that not too much will happen. And there's no real reports in the way to sway that. So,
the prediction markets were saying Miami Heat. It turned out to be the 76ers. We got a bone to pick.
I can't wait till a lot of this, because I love the idea of prediction markets, but like most things, humans have kind of bastardized them a little bit here. Like I can't wait till it gets to the point is like, let's get rid of the crap about like what someone's going to say in a speech and like all this mumbo jumbo or whatever. Let's just go to things that the wisdom of crowds will help with. It's not going to help with sports because no one, right? But what can it actually help with? And like, politics is perfect, right? They nail elections left, right, and center. That's a good one. And then there is things like, the Fed rate decisions, all that kind of stuff is great. We just need to they need to separate themselves from the dudes that are like betting on traffic. Like that's just what humans do. We build something cool and then we just twist it in like the weirdest ways possible. Like we build crypto and then we make monkey pictures, and it's like eventually it will go back and things will make sense again. I think at some point,
hopefully,
if regulation catches up, which we know isn't going to happen in the next couple of years anyway.
Yeah, not under the big bright orange belt.
No, maybe the next guy will put some common sense, because I think they're great. Like I don't, surveys are awful. Like, get surveys out of here. They're just crap, right? Have people put their money where their mouth is if they think certain. There's a whole, if you go down a rabbit hole later, but there's a whole like an economic theory about how basically if we could run better businesses and societies off like most prediction markets. Like stop going out there and saying something. Just put your money where your mouth is, or shut up about it. Right? Like I kind of like that mentality. IVG just hitting new highs then we have semiconductors here, right? Barely hanging in, but trying. So this last 5-minute candle I'm looking at is looking pretty interesting here. Let's see if that is some sort of local low. It's kind of hard to see on my charts, but just trust me, bro. That was a big kind of volume
Trust
push
me, bro.
on this candle, right? There was some good volume there, and sometimes that happens at turning points. So there was more volume on this candle than there was on the opening 5-minute candle, which is kind of rare. So you get that pullback. This is like a spinny top doji, whatever you want to call it. And now it looks like we're trying to kind of dig in. We're trying to push up. Interesting, right? Not something necessarily to put your whole house into. But the reason that's important is because we have software who's been kind of holding us up and hardware that's been holding us down. So if hardware starts to kind of catch up, that's, I think, when you start to see maybe the Qs recovering, starting to push higher. Because we got to remember, it looks ugly from the open, but we're up 0.75% on the Qs. Gap still is still holding, right? It's still a nice little gap up. So sometimes we just come back in a little bit into the gap. We dig in, we hold higher. So I'm really watching these SMH.
But let's be honest, wash out the day traders.
Yeah. Well, and if you just think about it, it's like if you're a short-term swing trader and you bought some Qs on Friday, you woke up, you're up 1% on Monday, probably going to sell some, right? Ring the register.
Yeah, if you didn't register it, then you're doing it wrong, right?
You take some of that cash off, and that causes some downward pressure off the open. It's why I think gaps actually, if you study, have a larger propensity to kind of come to back down after the gap. And it's just people, they got like some good surprise money. They got like, oh, good, I got some money here. Let me do something with it. Let me realize some of that cash, and then the market will be free to do whatever it's going to do after the fact there.
All right, so my 3 positions are Planet Lab long, Intel long, and Gilead long.
I've gotten nothing here from the day trading side of things. I should start putting back in my other bot because there's some action there I can show you guys. IP, that's a paper company. So this is in my real account. There's a little short on that. Short RCUS. Yeah, I'll add these back in so I got a little more action to show you. And INSP. So some shorts going on there.
Lulu squeeze, I feel like it's coming, man. Do I take a position? Lulu squeeze. I just feel like this stock's ready to squeeze.
Gap up, pull back. It looks like it's continuing on the intraday.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, there's got to be a short covering bounce at some point in this thing. Holy smokes, what did they do? From 500 down to 100?
That's my thing. That's my thing. And the thing is, Michael, is that really, I mean, you're starting to see retail trade back up. So if there's one name that could maybe get some beta, like some squeezy type action, I think it's Lulu. Rip your shorts off. Literally, the memes could come real quick on that one. They rip the shorts off the shorts. Let's see what happens here.
You guys know how I love this stuff. I love, right? And the beauty of it is you're not betting that it's getting back to $500 a share or something. For like, well, if it goes from here to, if it gets to 150, that's a great trade. From 100 to 100, that's 40% or so on your money. Great, take that, move on.
Definitely could. There's a little gap there on the daily, right around the 151. So maybe you're like most traders, and most traders, well, maybe it fills that gap. No, I just want to make it get close to that gap. Get it close to that gap here, and then I'll sell into that move, right? And the big thing is really, this is what I like to look for a lot of times is like these patterns where it looks like it's really kind of getting ready to go, and you want to see the volume starting to turn, and then the key is the actual industry, right? If the industry can make the move, retail starting to push up, right? I'm seeing cyclicals being the area that's looking good, right? So, you're seeing names like Ross Stores pushing on the highs, right? You have your potential to pick up Lulu. It doesn't mean that it's because Lulu's the next best stock. It's just industry-wide pickup, right? And that's how it works sometimes, guys.
Yeah, and it's all a time frame, right? You don't need the next great stock, right? If you're just taking a trade, you just take the trade and hopefully make some cash and move on. And that's just, I think there's a lot of people that are too focused on, right? Oh, I don't like this company or whatever it is. Like, what does that matter for the next day? And if you're planning on holding it for a year or 6 months or even through like one earnings cycle, then yeah, you should know a little bit more. If you're buying and selling it tomorrow or even today, then it's numbers on a screen at that point, right? You need some reason that it's going to move in that short period of time. So like Mitch said, a great way to look at it is just look at the sector. If the whole sector is ripping, then there's going to be a lot of algos and systems out there that are really hunting for what is it that I can buy in the sector that looks good or has a large short float or something like that. You can get these kind of momentum thrusts, but IVG is looking really interesting to me here. I'm watching this one. If we get any sort of close up in this area, I think I'm going to add to my IVG position.
All right, seeing Gilead trying to break my high here. I might go for an ad in Gilead. Yeah, let's go for the ad. I don't want to reach though. Go for it right behind it. Looking to add on Gilead. They need to start to see Planet Labs. Intel's definitely the one washing me out today. It's down big there now. I'm just glad I took out like majority of the size. But Google's the one that's hanging on. That's the one that I feel like is kind of a leader. Google's still holding on here. Let's see if Planet Labs can start making a move back. I can add a little bit more in this. What I really like to see it start to push above the 21s. Let's see if Rocket Lab can keep going too, right? Because this is the one that kind of got me excited about this one. So we would need Rocket Labs to kind of make the move. Let's see if we get it. And then you could see your SPCX kind of follow, right? And SpaceX rockets just not looking good, man. Looking like a solid turd. We'll see what happens.
I watched that launch with my kid, trying to get him into more space stuff. He's starting to love it. It's
well, tell him to come on down. You can come on to Mickey Town.
Yeah, at some point, right? Seeing him
live. You take him to Mickey Mouse, and then you just drive down the street. It's about like an hour away, Michael, and you go watch the launch. You take him to the Space Canaveral, right? The NASA. You go see the rockets.
Yeah, I remember I went when I was a kiddo, probably 10.
Yeah.
Well, time to
make a good trade and get on over here to Mickey Mouse. Get on over here to Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. Need a couple good trades. So probably once I convert that to US dollars from Canadian, get a couple good trades to get that thing going.
Yeah. Well, Gilead here, man. Long term looks good there, man. I think this is going back to 140s. Healthcare seems to be the play. I don't know if you like Gilead, but hey,
IBV is really looking interesting here, where it had that insane breakout in the biotech sector, and then it pulled back a bit, base for a while, and now it looks great. Like it could be kind of coiling back up. Could be taking that shot at highs.
That does look great, man.
Which is weird, see what's leading. Because if you read the textbooks, this should benefit most off of lower interest rates, right? Interest rates getting cut. But when interest rates rumored to have spiked, then all of a sudden that's the moment in which, right, this thing starts to really kind of crank higher, which is just funny to me.
Kodak Sciences. I can't. When I read some of these names, it's like it's too funny. But Gilead, of course, one of those leading stocks in that VRTX, Regeneron, names to look at, AMZN, right? That looks like a nice move there, and Amgen. I like that. That looks like a nice cup and handle pattern, man. Oh, that's pretty here. Look at AMGN. Look at this cup and handle pattern, guys. This is pretty. Look at that cup and handle, Michael. Cup. And the handle. Can't get prettier than that. Can't get prettier than that.
Right?
Especially reaction on this, like the handle, right? Because this is what you want to see on the handle. This is the most important part of this pattern, right? This part, right? So when you get the handle, you can't be looking for it to like slowly pop. The handle, if it's a real cup and handle, you're going to get this type of reactionary, like pop, right? That's what you should be looking for. That's what gives you the conviction that you timed it right, right? That type of pop shows real strength to getting back towards 390s, right? So at this point, you've already popped above that first level, which is a 375. Now you start to look to the left. Can you get through the highs? 390s looks like it's in reach. AMZN looking good, man.
That candle we were looking at SMH saying, is that potentially the low? Turns out not so much. We're making new lows here as we speak. So it tried and just couldn't do it. So this to me is way more bearish than Friday, because on Friday we gapped down and then we just continued. Today we gapped up, and on SMH we just couldn't hold it, and the Qs are very close to going negative. So all of that like hype that everyone had this morning that finally we're holding on good and maybe things will go great, that's now getting kind of erased as things kind of tick to the negative. But if you look at RSP, holding up great. You look at IWM, it's holding up just fine for now.
I mean,
right?
You just have to pick the right names. Like Microsoft is up today, Google is up today. Is Meta up today? Yeah, Meta's up today.
Software.
Apple's up today. It's the MAGs. The MAGs is the place to be, at least it seems like right now. Software, I don't trust it one bit, dude. It's only goes up when the market goes down. So unless the market's going to keep going down, then maybe that's the play. But that relationship's been really held on to. It's been a strong correlation. Market down, software up, right? But I don't feel like the market will keep coming down here. I think the market's going to bounce at some point.
Right? The market is like, what, 10% semiconductors on the S&P 500 right now, and 30% tech, which is a lot of hardware. So it's a makeup thing, right? This is what, the areas of the market that are doing well are kind of the more intangible ones right now. Nice little push up here. So yeah, it's now, again, these weightings in the market will change over time. If we continue to get this push down, you're going to have NVIDIA start to maybe not be the number one company in the world. I think Apple had been butting up against it, so it might take over. And then if it continues, you'll get NVIDIA going down the charts, and you'll get Apple and Microsoft and Meta and Google and all these things start to move up the chart. And that's the beauty of doing something like a market cap weighting for your indices, is because you're essentially it's a rotational strategy. It's which why I always find it funny is people talk about the S&P 500 or the Qs as passive investing. It's not passive investing. It's an active strategy that rotates like once a quarter. It's just a really good one. That's just why people invest in it. In the long run, it does great. And all they do is they say, okay, well, we're going to value the largest companies the biggest. And if you stop becoming the largest company, then you'll get kind of knocked down the list, and eventually you'll get kicked out of the S&P 500, and a new company will come in to replace you. So there's a lot of different rotational systems out there, and they all kind of benefit off this phenomenon of, right, different market environments just work out differently. And if you just weight your portfolio out through time, you can end up doing pretty well, it turns out. Let's take a look here. Let's see what chat's up to. What crazy? I haven't seen any like crazy stuff you guys are. MU is under 900. Yeah, it's semiconductors are under pressure right now, and that could continue for some time. What's an ENTX? Bio. Oh, that's an interesting look. I've heard less and less kind of chat MUD. It's an MUD. MUD. Nice ticker. Oh, MU Bear ETF. Yeah, so listen, there's lots of ways to trade them. I like these one-time, because I remember asking someone, I didn't know this, but I said, why one time bear ETFs? It seems just like it'll give us a 2 times or something. But I guess there are certain IRA programs or that you guys have that you're not allowed to short, and you're not allowed to buy leverage ETFs, like some like employee plans. So that's why they created these, because you can now take 1x shorts in these as opposed to anything else. So again, makes sense now that I've got a reason for it. Yeah, there's your, ignore this on mud. That's a reverse split. Let's go take a look. Yeah, the Q's now flip negative. We got XLK. That is now negative on the day. Semiconductors now down 1 point, almost 2% down on the day on semis. And then software seems is still the shining light. Tomorrow, this could just flip entirely. We could see semiconductors up and software is down. That just seems to be the nature of it. They seem to take turns. Maybe the idea is that if semiconductors aren't going to work so well, they won't destroy all the software companies. I don't know. Maybe that's the thinking. Trying to look for any news that's causing any of this, and it's just not. There's nothing from the news stance at all. Either that or Walter Bloomberg's just sleeping today. It just seems. Yeah, ASML is down. I don't know what. That's a chip-related thing. That's getting hammered today, I guess. When he starts tweeting about individual stocks and just how much they're up and down on the day, you just know it's a lame day when it comes to news events.
Buying here, RKLB, just grabbed a little bit there, trying to add some here on pullbacks. Let's see if I can get a little pullback add. Then really go for the win.
Old
I
Rock.
see Planet Labs starts making a move there. I got Gilead, Planet Labs, Rocket Labs. Trying to get the real rocket, Rocket Labs. Forget those SpaceX rockets, dude.
All labs. Well, it'll be a nice.
It'll actually help
play,
the name.
Right?
Actually help the name there. It starts to lift here.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Nice little setup here for recovery above the 6650s. Let's go for the ad. Let's go for the win. Let's go for the rocket. Let's get it here.
S&P 500. Yeah, hey, he's just tweeting. Look, there's some tips to looking at Walter Bloomberg. If he's just here we go. If he's just tweeting prices of random stocks or how much the S&P 500's up or down, you just know dude hasn't woken up just yet. That's right. Nothing on the economic calendar, nothing on the earnings report. Soon we'll probably wake up and we'll get that big slew of here's some tweets that you now have to deal with. You can see that. China is on the news. Well, what's happening with FXI? Starting a little bit interested in the Chinese space. I like this kind of V that happened. So it looked like a breakdown of kind of a major support here on FXI, sold lower and then pushed higher, and now we are just hanging out. So it is one of my, I don't know, undercut and rally, bear traps, whatever you want to call it. Obviously way more pronounced than a lot of the other stuff we look at, but a big dip on that, and now we're holding above it. We've been basing for a while. So perfect world for me with China is that we just hang out between like this 35 and 34 area for some time, and then we push up after that. So FXI is one way to look at it. If you want more of the tech side of things of China, there's KWeb. There's also CQQQ, which is basically the QQQ of China, and it has all of those things involved. And then there's yin and yang, if you want some leverage. Yin, I think, is bullish and yang is bearish. Yeah. YINN is your 3 times leverage. I don't think I really need that in China, just because you can get some pretty wild moves, but FXI is a slower index. So, shot shot I'm looking to take. I want some sort of consolidation because just risking, if we go back to FXI, the risk reward on risking against this low right here is pretty wild. It's pretty nasty to buy it here and then to risk all the way down in this area. That's a pretty crazy risk reward there. So I want to get a tighter risk. I want to risk into like the 34s or something, but I just need a little more time for that to make sense. I just don't want to put a stop there because that's what I want to have happened. Another idea, when I was talking to a buddy of mine about this that he had, which kind of makes sense if we go to FXI, is he said, well, just pop a VWAP on there. So this is the average price that people have gotten since the lows, since they've been buying from that low, and either look for a pullback into that VWAP or that's your stop. So right now that's sitting, say, 33. So if that pushes up a little bit higher, at some point it'll be 34. That's what I'm looking for, just because I think China is now hated again. I got a great trade in this area in kind of 2024. It's a nice push up, and I kind of want to hit that again, but just need a little more time. And the last caveat, if anyone's interested in joining me, again, teach your own, is just know that you trade China like you trade a biotech, like, because all of the activity is going to happen over there. So while our markets are closed, we've got 24/5 markets here, so that happens. While all of this stuff is going on, you have them reporting earnings and having meetings and press releases and all of that while our market's closed. So that's why this chart just gaps so much. It's just because the real action is happening when our current market is closed, and then when it opens, it's just the US's interpretation of that action. So just understand that, these gaps happen all the time. You will get 0.5%, 1% gaps consistently. So if that makes you nervous, then you just have to go, okay, well, trading this thing is just not for me. So I just size down. I know that it's not a question of whether or not I'm going to get a 1% gap or a 2% gap in China. The only question is that will it be more than that? I know I will get that, so I just size accordingly, so that if the market's fluctuating around 2-3%, it's not really bothering me. SPCX, kind of interesting here. I just had it on a thumbnail chart, trying to put in a little bit of a bounce. It sold off the open, and it's just interesting that it's happening as the Qs are not trying to bounce. Just kind of bled here all day on the Qs. XLK just bled there all day. SPCX, right, putting a little bounce there, so maybe some relative strength. I don't know. This is still the place, right? Software with our Googles and our Microsofts and all that seem to be carrying the day. Will we get an intraday bounce or just keep falling? Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. What I think we need to see for a intraday bounce is just this to chill out. Right, we now have semiconductors down over 2% on the day. Sorry, yeah, down 2.15% on the whole semiconductor sector. So if anyone got super hyped going into today because we were getting a little bounce in the semiconductor sector, well, they're all gone, right? So all that hype is kind of dissipated a bit. I don't know what gets us kind of re-excited or reinvigorated. To me, anytime that you have a gap down that kind of falls apart like that, it is just it's a bummer. It's everyone just kind of gets bummed out because you come into the day all smiles and excited and happy that you're going to make some money in the stocks that you're holding, and then you check back like a minute later and it all goes away. And you came in sunshine and kittens and super excited, and then you leave and you go, oh, well, that was fun while it lasted. So it needs to be a news event, I think is what I'm getting at. We need something that really kicks us in another direction and gets us really pumped to say, okay, now we really need to rebound. We need to push. Things need to be exciting here. And I just don't. Someone's saying ask Trump. That's, to be honest, yeah. Like, it's that kind of thing. We need a tweet to come out of the blue, earnings and things like that. will happen eventually, but not until Wednesday night. So that's really what I'm going to be looking at. Well, to be honest, I'm going to be packing, right? I am away Thursday and then all next week. And then I'll be back with you guys after that. A little travel for work, a little travel for talking about investments. And then we talking not a CMT conference. What do they call it? A TSAA, or it's Technical Analysis Society of America. Big nerded convention, which I love. Do you think get back to March levels? Maybe. Like this, there's the scary look on this. I'll do this so I can draw a rounded thing. The scary look on this thing is it's a rounded top, right? That's if you wanted to do the big fear, and I'm not big for like Head and Shoulders and things like that. They just give me it's like what do they say? The spirit of the law instead of the letter of the law. That's kind of more or less where I'm at, where I don't look at, right, Head and Shoulders and stuff like that as much. It's just the market is either trending sideways or sometimes you get these rounded. So this is like the scary look. Like if I wanted to paint the most negative picture I could of the market, it's this rounded top that is potentially happening on semiconductors. The most topping and bottoming patterns fail. Most of them do, because you generally don't get a top or a bottom. Generally, you get a trend and consolidation. So this is, it's perfectly valid to draw this out like this. But what negates that would just be a break of this downtrend, right? Get us back into the 600s or something like that, which is a pretty big move from here. But we do have some really good support. So I don't know. Who knows if this is going to work out the way this is, but you get a lot of rounded tops, you get a lot of rounded bottoms. That's just how the market seems to move from one place to another. Now, inside this, you get very precise and draw this as like a Wyckoff or whatever. But the simplest way to look at this is until proven otherwise, we just got a little rounded top going on that we need to deal with. Over here.
That's it.
So,
rounded top. Yeah. Just round it back.
Right. So the ultimate, like if you're looking for the ultimate kind of snatch and grab, would be a break of this, 535, 536 area. Right. And the reason I drew this where it was, it's the low here and the low here. And then if we undercut that and then rip back through, that could get interesting. That would be the ultimate kind of snatch and grab. But yeah, it's not looking fantastic. Now, that doesn't mean the market's got to suffer. Like, that's the cool thing, is we've proven that if you take a look at something like the RSP, which is still up on the day, it's still holding its gap. It's still very slightly up from the open. We've proven that the average stock doesn't need semis to go higher, which is great. Just don't be in semis. Be in healthcare or biotechs or real estate or consumer staples or something. Snowman saying, did Walter wake up? Yeah, no, he's still just quoting. ASML. Yeah. He's still just quoting ASML's down 6.7 or 6.4% on report that China starts DUV output. DUV output.
It's important. It's important, right? Because, and I can bring you some more conversation of not specifically this news headline, but of course out there right now, what's being talked about is the lobbying that's going on from Apple about trying to get China chips onto the market. So essentially, are we going to start seeing a flood of China chips onto the market, which this could break the market? Right. So if you're trying to find out what is breaking this market, or if there's really a reason, right, like I am trying to find out, because I think it's important. I think you need to have a reason to break a market. You can't just break a market just because poof, it's just broken. There's usually a tell sign. And there is that talk being talked about. Are we going to see that flood of supplies come onto the market? Conversations like this is exactly what causes that. right? But then you see Google going up today. You've seen some mags go up today. I think it's just mixed noise. I don't think anybody knows here, really, because when you look underneath the hood, these companies are making insane amount of money and predicted to make more. Like if
Well,
I and I'm gonna pull in
right.
here like at least the earnings outlook here because I think it's important sometimes. I feel like too many people are like, yeah, everyone just reading what they see on CNBC, right? They're like, oh, but the capex, but the capex. Did you dive into those earnings, right? When you look into the earnings, they were actually really good, really good earnings. So it's kind of really interesting, right? This is the time that we're in right now, right?
Well, and then it's important to say the market, right, is not falling apart unless your market is the Qs. And RSP is button right up near all-time highs.
Yeah.
Your average stock is doing great. So it's though these moments where people have to shift kind of what they think the market is. 65% of all stocks are advancing today. They're up. Right? We've got way more new highs than new lows. The average stock today is having a great day. If your stocks are not, might just be in the wrong stocks. Right? And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Is you take a look, and if you're looking and your portfolio has gotten absolutely killed over the last month or so, and then you're looking at RSP, the average large cap stock is close to an all-time high. IWM, small cap stocks, are down a little bit. You can even do MDY, which is mid cap stocks. They're down a little bit. You can just look at that and say, well, geez, I wasn't a genius after all. I was just really concentrated into tech. I was really concentrated into the AI play. And when the AI play cooled off, which at some point had to, the whole argument that I had heard from anyone who was kind of worth their weight in anything here was saying, okay, the semiconductors are going to cool off at some point, and then AI has to have a benefit outside of just semiconductors go up. You've got to see that in other areas of the market that there's some efficiency gain happening from AI. Well, that you should see this rotation. Like the if AI is to do anything, you're first going to see it in the companies that make the AI, but then the ones who are going to buy the AI have to see a benefit from it. And you're going to see that in like mom and pop companies that like have to hire less employees, or they're more efficient in some way, or something like that that's happening. And it's exactly what we're seeing, which is this is the bull case. Most companies are going up where the AI plays are just kind of chilling out or not doing anything. So I think this is perfect. It's what we want to see. Want to see more of it.
Yep. I'll tell you at least one that keeps winning. Gilead. Let's go, Gilead. Trying to add on to it a new high a day here. Just
Well, and
riding this thing.
a perfect example of companies that should, if AI does anything worthwhile, this is a perfect example of companies that should benefit, like healthcare, pharmaceutical companies, and biotechs that are building new things. They should be able to build those new things faster and better and more efficient, because instead of 10 scientists, maybe they need 3 scientists and really smart AI. Right. So this is I look at this and everyone goes, oh, the market's falling apart. And I'm like, no, it's rotating. And this is what you should see. Like, you can't just dump all of this money into AI forever and have no benefit from it. So the fact that you're seeing this rotation happen, that's great. So what I think we need to see in order for everything to start moving higher is just semiconductors to just chill. I don't think they need to rip back to highs. We don't need to see MU at 2,000 or something crazy like that. We just need to see them just chill, just move sideways for a period of time. And then let's see from these earnings reports, let's start to see other companies mention, like more small and paw companies mention, oh yeah, we were able to save a whole bunch of costs because we implemented AI in our workflow. We have less employees, or again, just more efficiencies. The amount of loss from like accounting errors and stuff like that is decreased because these AIs are smart. And from there, it's like, great, okay, these, we're benefits. There's benefits that are happening here that we can take advantage of. Right? But man, holy smokes, this thing's just bleeding here. So look at this chart to semis all day long, from being up 1% to now down 3%. Oosh.
It's a big 691 rejection, right, of the prior support. So what we always talk about, it's not about breaking support that matters. I always think it's about the rejection play. So now you're getting that rejection, right? Rejection from recovery, because we had that opportunity to recover today, right? That's why you had people taking some shots, right? I couldn't blame you because it was coming back. What was the telling sign that was a little scary was last night when I saw that APM print and it was like all the way up to 694. I was like, they did that move where it's just like either you chase and try to catch it, or you miss it if it's really a rebound already, right? And so you had to either take your shot or you didn't, right? So now, of course, the Qs are going lower than Friday's lows. So watch out there as you get Google to start pulling back. Now the mags are going to get maybe drilled on the downside. So just be careful out there, guys. You're seeing a lot of action. Let's take a look at what's doing well, though. I think that's what's important, right? Energy rebounding. So you're getting oil back to the upside. Industrial is getting a little bit of a bounce. Basic materials, utilities are getting a little bounce. But overall, a lot of things going into the red. Now even the defensive trade starting to pull back. So that's when you get a little bit concerned that you could see the market start to fall too. The SPY overall, look how the SPY is being drilled down now. This is going to change that RSP. The RSP could be going red here in any moment. Just watch out there, guys. We'll see if the RSP can hang in, but it's being dragged because now the SPY is really getting hit. Now the VIX is starting to take off. I think it's time to buy the VIX. I think it's time. At least for volatility plays. For seeing a
chart, right?
A continued action play there.
Well, with right, as you mentioned, the SPY just bleeding all day, and then just look how well the average stock holding. And SPY is really showing that 30% of the weighting is tech, and they're just nothing they can do. If you're heavily weighted to semis, and semis sell, your index going to sell with it, right?
Mm-hmm. Be an interesting action play in the next couple of days. See if we get a VIX spike, man. Like a real VIX spike. That would be the SPY down, though. That means everything starts to bleed out. So the SPY is bleeding, though.
Important for people to note is that right when the VIX moves higher, essentially it moves higher because correlations are increasing. So the higher the level of the VIX, the stronger the correlations between different stocks. So the less kind of places,
and also overall market drives more the overall stocks as the VIX goes higher. If the index is down, you more than likely see stocks down when the VIX is high. VIX is spiking as we speak there. So I'm starting to see that play.
Yeah, let's take a look. So yeah, RSP slight downtick, but yeah, still up 0.5%. IWM was the one that says started to catch up here to the market. So still up on the day, still up 0.5%, but starting to bleed down with the market. It's really been a come in betting against the Qs and have a good time. Betting against semiconductors, have a good time. Hold up the rest. Yeah, the VIX. So you can do for VIX, just FYI, there's a couple of ways. There's VXX. There is UVXY.
The VIXY.
Which is a little level. VIXY. There's tons of these things. Just note that all of these things are not accurate levels for the VIX, right? So if someone comes in at, right, they quote you VXX and they say, oh, look, the VIX is at 22. It's like, no,
don't. Yeah, you slap him. Yeah, you slap him real quick. You say that's not where the VIX is at.
Right. So this is the actual chart of the VIX. It's also why like people who do technical analysis on the VIX, it's like,
but there's a reason why, right? Because you have to pay for like different things, and there's a reason why the other vehicles exist for those traders to understand out there.
Yeah, it's just simply that they own a degrading asset, which is volatility, right? Volatility degrades over time. So this is why this chart is going to look way different, and it slopes down over time, is because just like with leverage ETFs, these degrade kind of slowly as time goes by. So you just need to know that if you're trading this instrument, this is going to go down over time. So it's not like a huge long-term mega hold. It is just you take your shot, and you kind of, they're trading vehicles, right? They're good ways to take trades to soak up short-term kind of volatility. Because if we go look at the actual level here of the VIX, this is the tariff tantrum right here. And this is I'm going to wipe out a civilization tonight. And then all the way back here, this is the 2020, right? So you get these VIX spikes. So then it ends up being a good vehicle where people hold on and just, I'm going to have these pushes higher, and I'm going to just kind of dive into, buy the VIX when it's low, and then eventually it spikes, and I'm going to use that as my hedge, and I'm going to take that off the table, and then I'm going to take that and move it into equities, and that's how I'm buying the dip. That's where I'm getting the money to buy the dip. So like I have a VIX strategy that I've been working on that is negative returns overall, but it's still a great addition to my portfolio, because what will happen is, hopefully when the VIX spikes, I'll have a little bit of it and then sell that right away, and then have more money when the market is lower to buy more stocks that are pulling back. So it's a very interesting trading vehicle for sure.
Yeah, I think it's also a great way to hedge yourself, right? If you notice you're having some positions that are deep green, and it's a day that you're seeing complete takedown, there's nothing wrong with taking a little bit of it and just trying to trail a little bit of the action, right? You're just trying to get breadcrumbs so that you can stay in your position. Right. I feel like sometimes we stay in positions as traders and we don't take the opposite side, and we don't make the money because we feel that the trade's coming back to us. You could take a setup and just kind of ride that, right? Like let's say you had a specific trade that was coming down on you. Let's say like Google, where you were up big this morning, right? And you're just like, I don't want to get rid of this though. Even though the Qs are coming down, Google looks great here. I think it's going to rebound. Well, you could just be playing a little bit of the VIX in the meantime, right? And just kind of riding up, getting a little gain there, getting yourself 30, 40, 50 bucks. Essentially, maybe paying yourself what your risk is on the Google trade. And then you essentially bought the Google trade itself, right? Then you can hang in and go with that same risk, right? So there's ways to hedge and take different sides of the bets, right? And I think that hedging is something that doesn't get talked about often, or pairs trading doesn't get talked about often too much in day trading anymore. But definitely strategies for you guys out there that like to be more market neutral, as they say. If you don't like to be bearish or bullish, take a look into pairs trading.
Yeah, pairs trading is great. Just a nice, simple way to...
Look at the VIX. Since we've talked about it, up 20, 30 cents already. VIX is starting to move, and when I notice it moves above the 9 EMA, and it starts to hold 9 EMA pullback. That's why I was mentioning it, right? At this point, I got to start getting rid of some positions because they're not holding in, like RKLB. The low needs to start to hold. It needs to start to turn. If not, you're going to let go of that too, because the whole market's starting to let go, right? So Gilead's the only thing that's kind of working for me.
Get him a nice, delicious coffee, right? Get him something tasty to make him feel good this morning.
The bonds are what's going to scare him. The bonds is what's going to scare him when they break the monthly low and we start going through 82s and we're down into the 70s. Oh yeah, wait till that treasury bond starts to break that. What is it, like a 4 or 5 year low, Michael? Yeah, like a 2.3 year low. is that lower 80 area. If we break into the 70s, yeah, you'll start to see some panic in the TLT. You'll start to see some panic in the bond traders, and panic start to hit out there for my man Trump, right? We're right
Yeah.
there,
So,
right? This chart goes
someone's
back
just
to
gotta
25, right? And it goes
give
even
him,
further back if you just give it like 10 years. Look, 10
yeah,
years, dude. We're
give him a
approaching
little
that
shake.
2023 low. Look at this longer term chart. This is scary, Michael. Look at this. Is this the time to buy it, or is this the time to run for the hills? This goes back to 2023. Ooh.
Yeah, that well, but
I
we
don't
know
know.
his
It
trigger
doesn't look
point,
good,
and
at
we
least.
learned this. We learned this from the tariff tantrum too, right? Is we know his trigger point. We know if the bonds start to get really weak, that at some point he'll kind of wake up and go, "Oh yeah, so whatever I'm doing is not working." Right?
Yeah,
The reason,
not
I
working.
guess, and this is just a bit of education that I think that's important for people to know. The reason that bonds are important is not because the dude like owns a lot of bonds and he's worried about his price moving lower. It is simply this chart is an inverse of rates. And the lower this chart goes, the higher rates go. And if rates go high enough, then because the government has to pay the rates as well, it ends up being a moment in which you have a uh, the government financing its debt becomes very, very expensive. Then the government can't do any other things, right? Can't do defense spending or roads or whatever, because it's spending all of its money to finance its debt. And then the government has to raise more money to finance its debt, which means it has more debt, which means it has, and you can get this kind of spiral. And that can cause like a calamitous event, and nobody wants that to happen on their watch. So that's
Nope.
why he's been so aggressive about the Fed lowering rates, is not because he thinks it's a great idea for the economy as a whole. He just wants to do it so that he has the ability to spend more money without without causing this calamitous event. Because if rates go back to zero, well, then it's way easier for the government to finance its debt. It's way easier for the government to potentially pay off debt, things like that. So that's why it's important, not because, right, dude's out there on his phone, on his Robinhood trading bonds. And, the reason that we focus so much on this is because before it wasn't, Nike going down 60% that made him back off from the whole tariff tantrum. It wasn't any of this. It was bonds. And as bonds started to push lower over time, then all of a sudden, he starts getting taps on the shoulder. He says, "Listen, bud, we're about to go have a real bad time here, and you're gonna have to raise a whole bunch of money to
Mhm.
pay off our debt." And if enough people tap him on the shoulder and say that, he just seems to back off for whatever got us into this mess, which in this case is a lot of Iran stuff, a lot of kind of AI and trade war stuff that he could, not as easily as before, but he could kind of back us out of and get us feeling nice on. I don't know if it's too late or not, but so that's why we care about bonds. That's a nice, good education segment on bonds, which might not be the most interesting thing in the world for a lot of people, but it doesn't matter. if you're trading, you kind of have to know about bonds. Last thing is that you got to remember that the bond market is in its 10x that of the stock market. So we think that we're big and important, but we are nothing compared to bond traders. We are just little kind of specks on the wall, because large companies, right, issue bonds, and sometimes will have more government debt like issued in a day than the stock market's worth. So if you look at the value of the stock market, then you look at the value of the bond market, it is just way bigger. And then you look at the value of the derivatives market, it's way bigger. And then the value of the FX market is just way bigger again. Doesn't mean these are better markets to trade and to make money off. It doesn't mean we should all go become bond traders. It just means that they are bigger and therefore more impactful to the economy as a whole. Right? It is way more worrisome to the economy that bond values spike and interest rates spike because bonds are tanking and things like that, than like a Micron being down 50%. The economy could be absolutely fine with Micron being down 50%. I don't think it can be fine if we have bond rates spike to like 7-8%. Right? It's just a different beast entirely.
Trying to get us up some entertainment because we need something, man. We need something fun today.
to take our minds off
Yeah.
the the bad time that just the entire market's having here. It's no fun at all.
No, not a fun day at all, you know. So I'm gonna get us something fun. I'm gonna talk about the girl in the black turtleneck. Let's see if anybody knows. Let's see if
Oh,
anybody knows in the chat.
Theranos lady? Is that we're going back
Oh,
to? Oh, that was a. She
oh.
was creepy because she had that like really like her fake voice that she would do, her like deep fake voice to try to. I don't know, just had like this weird Steve Jobs obsession, but instead of like building cool tech, she just scammed people instead.
All right, I'm trying to get this ready to go here. I might
Yeah.
have to reshare with audio, but we're gonna listen to a little podcast I have. It's a little longer, so
Cool.
it's too long. Dang, it's too long. It's already 10:41. It's like 24 minutes. That's the problem. That's the
Theranos is a
problem.
funny. That'll be a good one for later. But yeah, Theranos is a funny.
I'll save it. I'll save it because I've been making these, like, let's say, like a little bit more fun, like documentary series types. This one's an interesting one. I've been making them with 11 Labs, so it's like an actual really quality AI.
Cool.
So it's
You're
interesting.
off
I mean,
of
we could play maybe
notebook?
half of it now. Well, this is different. This is different, and this is a
Okay.
different task, right? This is like a read text tab, right? So I create like literally like a play. Like that's the way I made it, Michael. I made it like a play, essentially, and then it's like trying to tell like a little bit of some facts with a little bit of some dramatization, right? Like kind of how you would watch The Wolf of Wall Street, right? Essentially that mentality, which I think you'll start
That's
to see
cool.
more and more financial movies coming out with AI, right? Because you can tell the stories a lot better. So it's interesting.
Well, and just
Let me
more
try to
people
find
are
something at
getting.
least.
There's a larger addressable market for stock market related movies, just as more people are invested, as more people have,
Yeah.
some sort of aspect to play in the stock market. Right? It's no fun when no one out there is just doing any investing or trading, and you try to tell them that this thing's like super important. Yeah, you can go through and I guess have something a little bit more interesting. But IVG is the only thing that I'm looking at that's really holding on while Mitch kind of sets that up. Right, we now have the Qs down over 1% and just been bleeding all day. We have semiconductors now down almost 5% on the day. It's been a real bad kind of bleed in some of these places. So we just need to kind of continue to focus here and have something that's going on where we can have some sort of push one way or another. But it's been a long, slow kind of just with no news that I'm seeing, like no huge catalyst going on. Just a slow controlled bleed over time. And it's
That's
not the
pretty
end of the
much
world,
it.
right? But it's, just put things in context. We're at this support zone, right? I think this is important that we hold this, but we don't necessarily have to. If we look at it, right, the RSP, just to go back to it, is still holding the open. So, right, we are still up from the open. If we go here, let's go to FinViz and just look, we still have 58% of stocks advancing on the day, right? The Dow is still up. The IWM is up very barely. ASML shares suspended after being down 8%. ASML. I mean, halted? Is that what he's saying? That's not the right term for that. ASML.
It's halted.
No?
Oh
It seems
man,
open. Seems open.
dude,
I
that
just
thing is
reading
in.
Walter.
Look at. Remember how I told you, like, you got to watch the reports of these stocks tonight. Like, it was AMKR. Look at AMKR. These
NASDAQ.
stocks are all just tanking. This is dangerous. This is like semiconductor equipment materials, not just semiconductors, right? So now they're really starting to really hit them hard. TER is down to 320s. You got KLAC, that's down to 200. So you're really losing altitude now, guys, in that trade. It needs to bounce fast, because if not, you're going to start to see some liquidations.
Yeah, that's, and it could likely just be what's going on today, right? Is that you had when that kind of rug was pulled from the gap up to the gap down, you could just see some people who were hanging out a little too hard on margin, getting popped and having a bit of a time. And
Yeah.
again, you take a look, we got healthcare up 1%. We have finance up 1%. That's why our RSP is just doing just fine today, holding that 0.5% up. IWM still holding on by a thread, but it's still holding on. And this is why, if you're going to do margin, do like a 2 times margin. Right? Do a reasonable margin. Don't go crazy into margin on like the most volatile stocks that are out there. Something that's can really, really, really hurt you. Just be careful out there, guys. Right? Like the brokers give you access to this stuff, but just make sure you're playing them. You're playing them correctly.
Just that's not that in Rocket Lab there, guys. So at this point, I'm like on strike 2, if not strike 3, and I am done for the day. I'm putting a break even on Gilead, and I am done. Done for the day there, because there's no point in keep pushing. It's that type of market right now where if you ain't getting it, it's time to go do something else.
Yeah, it's right. It's hard. The only trade that I can see making sense to make, and it's a hard trade to make, and if you don't have a plan for it, definitely don't try it today for the first time. It's just some sort of mean reversion, and where you're trying to pick a dead, even if it's a dead cap bounce that happens, but it's just a really hard game to make, and sometimes these days can just be slow, continuous, like non-stop trends for the day. Sometimes you see them to the upside, sometimes you see them to the downside. It is just, having the wherewithal to look at something else. And then right, Crow comes in, BIYA, right? This kind of stuff, right? That's the other benefit of trading these kind of like low float, kind of penny crazy dudes, is that you can kind of go nuts, right? This guy does not care what's happening to an ASML, right? These low float penny guys, and it's the beauty of it. It's why I'm always working. I've yet to find something that fits kind of my trading style that I'm comfortable putting a lot of my money into, but I'm always hunting, because if you're talking about uncorrelated assets, this is an uncorrelated assets, right? These micro caps just do not care about whatever macro trends occurring. My systems are buying some pullbacks, right?
It's actually something to look for. So one of the things that I look for is sometimes when everyone's trying to run away from the bigger boys, they go to the smaller boys. So that's also what you might be seeing, right?
Yeah, it's because they're like, hey, this is just this thing doesn't care, right? ASML
There's one
can
on
go
my
down
high short one right now. TFNS, T3 Defense, the software application name. It's up 60% today. DFNS. It's a high short interest type of stock, off $7, looking like it wants to make a move.
Different one. And just know there's always uncorrelated aspects to the market. You can go commodities, you can go relative strength. Relative strength is easy to spot today. We have IVG still up 2.5%, holding on great. Right, we got Google still up. Most stocks are up. Right, so I just cannot implore you enough. If you're looking down and your portfolio is just like absolute lambasted, then you just got to ask. There's the old cheeky saying we have in the kind of systematic side of things, where it's like, is your alpha just leverage beta? And it's just a real kind of underhanded way of saying, Were you really smart with your trade, or did you just get lucky because AI was going up and you were in AI, and this might be the market telling you, even if we do reverse from here and we go higher, maybe you're just in a little bit too much AI. Maybe it's time to lighten up, to move it around. And I hope you made a ton of money, and you still held on to some of that money, and then you can take that money and diversify it into other things and let other things kind of grow for you, and have this. Just don't have yourself so kind of concentrated into a single theme. Thematic investing is great, but you should probably have a couple things on the go. Like I've got a Coca trade. I can bring over that if anyone's interested in a trade that I'm going to research when we're done here in Coca. Or am I the only one who cares? The only one who cares about Coca?
Everyone's watching my degenerateness in FNSS. I took the FNS there at 7. Oh, there it goes. Look at that one. Did you see that one? Look at that one down to 650s in 1 millisecond. Literally less than a millisecond.
There
you
go.
That's the penny,
downsides.
That's the penny side.
Right? Yeah. They'll get
look
you.
at that thing. It went from 730s to 650s in less than a millisecond there. Oh yeah.
Is that a spread, or did someone just really pound a large sell?
It just went down fast. Someone hit some size, and it went down to 650s in an instant there. So this one could be fading off. We'll see what happens there.
Crack a market order, and she's done.
That type of day, guys.
Well, and this is right. People love these trades, these like kind of low float kind of penny names, and part of the reason is that you get less institutional involvement. You get less people out there. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and stuff they're not trading these names. It's not worth their time. That's good in a lot of cases because they can do kind of wild moves, and you don't have. But also, it's bad because they can do a lot of wild moves. Right? So you have to find that middle ground to them. I think that's why I've been not able to really, really find a good systematic way to trade them, is because the moves are just so erratic, which, right, is also probably a reason that you don't see a lot of institutional involvement. Also, they just don't care, right? It's just not a big enough addressable market, which was part of the Market Wizard series. One of the last guys that I read, which was really cool, and he just talked about, they asked him why he was able to do what he did, and he basically just said, I look for edges that are too small for hedge funds to care about, right? A hedge fund isn't going to get a team of like 10 people together and an investment committee, and they're paying all those guys $300,000-400,000 a year, and they've got an office space worth $1 million a year, and they're not going to do all that for an edge that is going to make them $100,000. It's just, they can't do it. It's a losing business model. So that's what happens in these lower float names. The reason that they can do what they do is because the large institutions don't really care about them. And again, upsides and downsides to that. Lower liquidity means that they can get bullied and manipulated by red-haired dudes, let's just say, in chat rooms. It's a lot easier to kind of play games with them. And it's just the nature of it, right? Anytime you get reward and large potential reward, you also get edge, or you get risk and edge have to go hand in hand. That's what we're kind of paid for. But we're getting a nice, interesting bounce here on Google. So Google still positive, like, it never went close to negative, but from the open, it dipped negative a bit, and it's starting to dig in right here. And if we look at SMH, listen, I don't want to get anyone hopes up, but this is by far the largest green 5-minute candle we've had all day. So maybe a little dig in. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe we're getting to the point where some people are starting to get interested in trying to buy a dip for the first time today. Now, does that mean we go back to highs and we close the day higher? I don't think so. It certainly could. I don't know, but I don't know. It could happen. So it looks like where people are kind of digging in their heels and say, let's give it a shot. Of course, right? Anywhere that SMH goes, because the Qs is so weighted to SMH, you're going to see the Qs start to rebound, and the SPY is trying to go back positive again. It never got smoked in the way that the Qs did, but it did go negative for just a brief second there, and now it's trying to dig in and go positive. So there's a world in which we actually close green today, and then our RSP, our average stock, still doing great. Still above the open, still above the close, just hanging out right here at the opening price.
Yeah, Google coming back, that's of course going to help it. And you're seeing the VIX fall off there. So market just coming right back into play here. Choppy chop open, and I think that's kind of expected. Just washed out a lot of the day traders on the long side. And now you're starting to see the market kind of teeter back. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. That's pretty much it here. Not much other than that. Of course, catch later today. There's going to be earnings streams, power hour streams. Don't miss it this week, of course, with all the action, of course, especially with the earnings reports. Those streams are always fun, and should see a lot of fireworks, right?
Well, and it's the only thing the market cares about right now. Is just the two things that kind of get us out of this funk is, like, because I don't think Iran does it anymore. The will they, won't they? I just don't think people care anymore. So I don't think Iran does it. I think it's purely, can Trump say something else that gets people jacked? I don't know. He seems to be losing his power to do that over time. I think more than anything, it is simply, do earnings come in good? Are companies still spending money? Are companies still making money? Is everybody still happy? If that's the case, then maybe this is just a big shakedown. If it's not the case, then we got to deal with something, right? Something else got to happen, or we're just going to go into a prolonged funk until after the election, which I always just got to point. I know it's kind of boring, but I always just got to point that this is par for the course with election seasonality. You get this choppiness and weakness and everything going into the midterms. Then after the midterms, you get your spike after that. So just hold on to your butts. Could be August, September, could be like this as well, where we just get this kind of back and forth sloppy action. No real trend to see. But regardless, we'll be here. We'll be here to help and hopefully walk you guys through it with a bunch of cool content from a lot of people.
All right, we'll see what happens there. Market's still kind of just teetering on as it starts to close up the day. We'll see what happens. It's back there to almost 740s. But yes, just a slow ticking back there.
Yeah, well, it's
All
the
right, guys, we'll
RSP
get you guys.
holding on, but yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Yeah, we'll get you guys over to the scanner side of things, and definitely keep watching the action, and don't miss, of course, our earnings hub. There's more in the description. Get to the Discord if you guys want to keep up with action all day long and keep up with traders. And have a good one, traders. We'll see you guys back in a little bit.
There we go. Didn't mean to do that. Here we go. My bad. My bad. Got the lunch recap going and rocking and rolling. Boom. There we go. That was what was going on there. How's everybody doing today? I got a big head going on. I'm going to get my screen. We go back over to EV Mux. I didn't realize what I had going on there. Steve will be joining us soon at some point in time. We go. Finally, all the people moved around in chat, and the people that were here and not here. Steve should be coming joining us soon. The rocking and a rolling. Now I'm good. Now I'm good. All right, cool. Got it rocking and rolling. What's up, Tack? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Small caps, though, overall, just really slower today. Overall, not working with anything good. Edible was the one small cap that we had rolling in pre-market. ENTX wasn't as bad, or wasn't bad. And then BAYA, it's almost like the same chart almost as ENTX. We'll go over here to BAYA. And I'm surprised this one's held up as long. Usually, typically, go away, X. I don't need you in my life. Pretty similar chart, right? If you go from BAYA back over to Intex here, almost the same chart. Watch for one of those to possibly squeeze. And I think the big story of the day really comes to large caps, mega caps. We're seeing some big pulls here. Tesla, give me 300. We're still working on 300 for Tesla. I think we do get it sub 300 coming up. SPY, big pull today. And we talked about this over on my live stream. Had a guy in short. Sterling, you've seen Sterling on hopefully our Friday night lives. He took the short down today over on my lobby. And of course to him earlier said, this looks like it wants to go for more. Found a beautiful double bottom earlier. Came back on up. Couldn't quite make that W shape. We tried to. Then it got a little choppier over on this bearish bull or bear flag, in my opinion. Cracking for new low. 735 is my next target for the SPY here on the way down today. I thought I heard something in the background. It sounds like I have a visitor.
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm good. Good, most days. Yeah, it sounded like it was a bowl.
My dog is eating, and her
Oh,
chain
yes.
is hitting the bowl.
Yes. I know that noise. Man, why does this noise sound very familiar to me? And that's exactly why it sounds so familiar to me.
You didn't greet me like you usually do. Are you mad at me?
What'd you say?
You didn't greet me like you usually do.
Oh, no, I wasn't expecting you. I forgot because I just in and out. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot you were going to be here. So, yeah, no, you're good. What are we drinking or are we eating? What is she doing?
What is she on?
I like it.
She obviously likes it. What's up, Taku and Nigel? My dog is doing some ASMR for you guys.
Yeah, right. Yeah, literally. Yeah. I would rather listen to that than listen to someone do ASMR, like, and actually do all the weird stuff they do. I would rather have that. That was kind of like a relaxing noise.
Well, I was actually going to ask if we were allowed to eat on the stream because I was just enjoying a really good bagel with bacon and over easy eggs.
I would rather you just eat and then come join the live stream, right? I get if it's like later in the day and you've been on the stream for 4 hours, but it's like if you haven't and you're, just take the food, you eat it, and then you join the stream.
Fine.
So hey, if you need to eat, girl. You don't need to eat. We don't have to eat and talk.
Well, I do it on TikTok all the time.
Oh,
they like
well,
it.
yeah, it's a bunch. Yeah, I know why they like it. I think it's a lot of. Then it goes back to guys in ASMR. They just like to hear you chew and crunch on.
So weird.
Yeah, right. They're like, oh yes, I like eat and talk stocks. Get some lettuce and some spinach stuck in your teeth while you're at it.
Damn. All right. So what are we doing? What are we looking at? Are you going through SPY?
Yep, SPY here. I like it. Nice, good move here today. I think honestly, it's just It's just overall a consolidation over the last few. Honestly, now we're about to be safe few months because it really started in May, and it's just nice, good consolidation up top, down low. I think we just are just in a choppy channel. We did this last year. I mean, it's not like this is something that we want to forget that we haven't done. Some sort of consolidation because we've done this before. We just did this recently. Go back here on the charts as I'm zooming in all my damn freaking apps I'm in right here. Like this was a long consolidation where we're chopping around. We had some lower lows, but eventually we just found our consolidation from last November into December all the way in through March right here. So we've done this before where we consolidate, we're going to go up, go down. Well, we finally made our way down. I think we're going to do that again. I think we're going to have a nice, good pullback here, come back down maybe in the low to mid 7, or say low 700s, maybe even into 700 before we make that move up. I know you would like it, Miss Short Queen.
No, I shorted the whole thing. I was on top of it right at market open. I shorted right at the, not right at the, well, kind of, yeah, right at the open. But then I actually told the YouTubers that I was going to wait for a retest before going in. And since it wasn't giving me the retest, I just went in. And then if you look at the 3-minute candle at 6:33, we actually did get the retest. So I got stopped out in profit just because I was trailing my position, my loss, or my stop loss, sorry. And then I went in again, and I just risked above those highs, and
Right.
I just wrote it pretty much all the way I wrote it only to the gap fill to about like, I think 300 was my profit target. And then I took a short, put options on SPY because they weren't that expensive. And dude, I covered at 740. I should have like left it running to 738. I was kind of butthurt about that, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Hey, you're gonna get, long as you get some of the pie, some of the cake, right? You can't always get all of it, but yeah, we not only chased into Friday's lows, but here coming all the way back now into Thursday's lows, it looks like we're gonna get into, in my opinion. So my next target's right around 735, maybe a little bit above that. I have a line in right around 735.40 for SPY. Looking like under 736, we will see that. It's only inches away at this point when it comes to, as Steve always says, government work. This is pretty darn close to 735-ish. Coming from the dumps, I mean, we're already 10 points down, like you're saying, from that pre-market area, that reversal at the opening bell that you were talking about, up at that 745.50 marker. Now here we come down 10 points. I'm loving it. I mean, again, I love when we have clean charts like this. I would rather see more days like this, because then it does provide you to get other tickers to have that same sort of look. And it just doesn't have to be the SPY. You can come over and trade your Googles of the world, your NVDAs of the world, your AMDs of the world. That also, talk about moves. Boo, look at this. 50-point move today so far. 530s all the way down to 577. So huge moves. Love these charts. I wish we had these more often in daily versus the chop fest that we like to have been created over the last few months. Good moves today in the large cap sector. If you took advantage of, congratulations. Google, I think, and Apple were the two that stayed up. So these are kind of the two tech plays you typically look at that didn't do that thing. But otherwise, we've had some pretty good moves down.
What do you think about Google? Because I was looking for some calls. It looks like it's holding.
You talking about for the day?
Yeah.
I like to get zoomed out first.
Because there's a gap to fill. Do you think it'll get stuck in that area of resistance at like 3? I can't read. Oh yeah, you see the gap right there?
Yeah.
What do you think? You think we'll fill it today, or maybe not today?
Oh, not today. Not today, not today, not today. Only reason why I think today, because you're going to get smacked down the SPY, Google, like all these other tech companies are really hurting today. I don't think Google, because of this just right here. I like to zoom out. I do like this beautiful wick and lower shadow. It's a lot of buying coming back in. But does it get through 330 back to, like, say, 345, 350? Not today. I like what you're looking at there. I think long term, yeah. This is definitely could find this bottom in this U shape back on around, there, yeah, 340s. I think it really is, yeah, close to 350. But not today. We're going to have just two areas before that you'll have to run into. I say you'll have to, that you will run into. Go out to a larger time frame. Let's go to the 4-hour, and then let's zoom back on in. And the first node's right here, this former low where we had some failing right there at 333.85, 334. I just don't think we get through that. And then again, this huge reversal back on down at around 337. So get through those two areas. Then we're talking And then I'd say, hey, come back and talk to me after we get through those. Because when we do, that's when we do fill that gap back on up.
Yeah, Tesla just hit a new low, and then have you seen PLTR? It looks like it's pushing. It might go to 132, maybe even sweep a new high.
PLTR's moving, eh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at this. This is a pretty chart. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. I know Aussie, if she's listening to one of the girls I do one-on-ones with, she's in long-term on this. We're talking about this earlier. One thing this would love to get moving back on up to the long side, finding that low back in the low 100s here. The only thing about PLTR Palantir, it's got a lot, and I mean a lot of resistance. You can tell right around this 137, 136 node. Lots and lots and lots of resistance there. So just watch that on the way back on up. That's kind of the gap fill territory for me on the way up. Beautiful bounce off this area. Now for the day, let's kind of zoom back on into a little bit smaller time frame. Oh, look, this is kind of doing, there's your gap fill. This is kind of doing what you want for Google.
Yeah.
Filling that gap back up into the crack territory. So, watch that for Google tomorrow, possibly.
Okay. And then what about Microsoft? Because Microsoft kind of looks like Google as well.
Oh, yeah. Look at you. Look at the eye. I love it. Look at her. Just noticing these charts. Absolutely gorgeous here. Yeah, that's beautiful. Like it. Look at you. You're finding the charts are very similar. Very similar charts, and that's what I want to, try to, of course, when we used to do the one-on-ones and just talking to traders, find similarities in the charts, that way when you can see that, you know how to go trade them, because then you're seeing them over and over and over. If you're noticing them over and over and over, then you can go trade them, you can go journal, go track, go back test. This one, to me, today, most likely, it does remind you, and you're all over it, like Google, where I think we're stuck. I don't think we're going to get through high of day. I don't think we can fully complete that U-shape back on up, but it is one to continue here to watch over the next few days, as we're already really starting to make that U, as you can see here on the daily, back on up. But see, just back in the middle, like we're right in about 50% retracement, right? We go from high, we go to low. We're at the mid-ground. Levels on the way up for this, if we do start to see some resistance over high of day, this area right there, old resistance, new support, 95.50 area into 96, somewhere in that area would be your first stop, and then after that, then we can ramp back up 97.50, 98, somewhere in that area. Like it though, good eye. Kind of reminds me of what we're doing back here on Microsoft. We're making the move down, we're sweeping back up, making the move down, making the sweep back on up.
Cool.
Yeah. Microsoft, Microsoft still Nigel Tack. How so? That's the look of Tack. How we doing? And you say Taku, you had that U in there.
I gotta be different.
Oh, I like it. I like my different girls.
I know he said it was talk, but is it okay if I call you Taku?
Taku. It's good. I like it. It's
I should
different.
just be Latina and demand and say I'm going to call you Taku.
Oh, okay. That's it. There you go. Tack gives you the whatever she wants. All right. And go ahead. I was gonna say one thing too. I want to bring up today. Steve will have to chime in some more about this. So another route for you guys to trade futures. CME launched single stock futures, enabling investors to trade the likes of SpaceX, Micron, and 23 others. Micron and others 23 hours a day, I should say. So if you're looking to trade, I think it was 55. Okay, 55 U.S. equities along with 22 micro-sized contracts on 22 names. So essentially 70 plus now new futures to go trade here. So I thought that was pretty cool. A lot of you, like yourself, Ale, now have you even heard about this or looked into this? So that way you can trade SpaceX or Micron. You don't have to do shares. You can actually do futures.
Yeah, actually, I was looking into that. I was kind of excited about that because now we have more options. Because usually with futures, you have gold, you have silver, oil, MNQ, MES, which is, I like to stick with one chart. Like I like to be.
And don't forget your crops, like your soybeans and your all the other great things you can.
Those, but yeah,
I know. But like you're saying, there's not there's not a lot of outlets there. Essentially, it's been the same old. So it's cool to finally have your NVDA, your NVIDIAs, your Teslas, your Apples of the world. Standard contract represent 100 shares of the underlying stock, while the micro, of course, is 10. So that's cool. You guys that do trade the futures, very cool stuff right here for CME to unleash that. Let's see, Kalshi and Coinbase were given the green light this year. Okay, cool. So cryptocurrency perps, yeah. So we're starting to, and then just even that, there was a little mini doc. I think it's on Netflix that did these. They're called short docs or mini docs, like 45 minutes long, maybe 30 minutes or hour, somewhere in there. They actually just completed one about Kalshi and the poly market essentially, and where it started from, where it came from. They actually start this mini doc at the World Cup. It's the final of the World Cup. I'm like, gee, that was just like a week ago. It's crazy that they wrapped all that up post editing, all that kind of stuff. So essentially just showing there's more and more and more and more and more ways to make money in the world, and investing has just become crazy, whether it's you're doing that poly market stuff, the Kalshi, or even now here, including now futures, trading futures on Micron, NVIDIA, Tesla, Apples of the world, SpaceX's of the world. I can't imagine, like we talked about, what was I think the July 4th stream we did on July 3rd on that Friday. We talked about what's the stock market going to be like, and imagine 250 years ago when we first started. I think it was around 1800s was really when the stock market got it going. The point being, imagine in 50 years or 100 years what the stock market's going to be like and what all you can trade. I can't imagine, honestly. I can't imagine how complex it's going to be 15, 30 years from now, let alone 100 years from now.
Dude, it's going to be so exciting. I think we're going to get a lot of new traders, and the prop firms are going to really boom,
Yeah.
They're going to make a lot of money, we're going to have I think we're going to have a lot of millionaire traders coming in too, because like the market is giving us a nice little balance, and then maybe, like, I don't know if I would say correction or not, but it's giving us an opportunity to get in cheaper. I feel bad for the bag holders, but there's going to be a lot of opportunity, and if you don't sleep on it, you could be banking like Josh.
Oh, like you mean like you. I will say the one thing I will miss is the simplicity of when I first started. When I first started, it was very, very different than right now, and you could really kind of hone in on some simple trading techniques. It wasn't nearly as advanced or diverse, especially as it is now. Where back then there wasn't, there was like essentially, like the layman's terms, you had like two pitches. You had a fastball and a curveball, right? And in baseball there's all these different pitches. And now you have 8, 9, 10 different pitches that you're thinking about, or there are options, or traders are trading these ways in different ways. Used to it was, this is what works, and it was a generality of things that worked, and now there's so many different ways to skin a cat. There's so many ways to skin a cat when it comes to even how you're trading, like system-wise. You're using brokers, you're using prop firms, are you going with futures, are you doing options, are you doing small, like equities, shares, essentially, right? There's so many different ventures and outlets now for you to make money. And earlier when I was in the one-on-one, where you have traders that do struggle with that. Well, they want to do this, and then they want to do that, and then they want to trade like this, and then they want to trade this market, and they want to trade this stock, and then they want to trade that sector, and they're all over the place. And that just makes it, to me, that's going to that, where I think for a lot of traders, I think it may even make it harder maybe down the line. Now, more diverse and more ways to make money, but I think it will be harder because they'll have to really hone in and say, what is it that's going to work for me? Because there's a lot of ways out there for us to trade, and I need to figure out what that one thing is that's going to work for me.
Yeah, I was telling Steve the other day, I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm walking into like a room with different doors, and each door is filled with cash, and you're going in without equipment, and it's like overwhelming the amount of money that there's out there to be made, and you just gotta be able to capitalize on the opportunities that come to your door.
Capitalize. We already do have a line in. Cool. All right, so let's see if we don't come down some more here, Ale. We are getting pretty close to cracking for more, and I've got a line in off these lows that we could be sweeping down to. If we get under 735, I wonder if we get another one of those days like we had. Well, we're already kind of there, honestly. It's been a while since we had one of these major red days where we just dumped away. We had one last week here where we just kind of fall away. So here we go again.
What was the price target that we talked about during the Friday Night Live?
Oh, it was actually brought up. Sterling brought that up too for you guys in futures. I think we said, I forgot what Sterling brought up. It was like 20. Gee golly, he put it on my Discord too, actually. What did he say earlier? He said 27. MNQ going to 27 levels, just like we spoke about on Friday night.
Yeah, I think we go lower if it's going to come down, because at 27, there's barely any support. I mean, the area that I see in previous resistance is around 25, honestly. Like, if you take a look, maybe 25, 26. So we'll see. Like, it's going to be insane,
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for. Well, I like moves like today, so give it to me. I just hate it because every time we go back up, we end up getting shoved right back on down. So I'm kind of getting to that point. Just make the move. Make the move back down. Let's get some big volatile cracking, or I would rather just squeeze and I mean go. Give me 800. Give me 850. Give me all time highs. Yeah, the fivers are offering more too with futures. You have swing futures accounts, which I found. Yeah. We're working on all that stuff, of course, here with Trade the Pool futures or fivers, of course, Trade Set Go. Trying to grow. I mean, of course, that's been the new thing over the last, I would say, half decade now, really since the start of the turn of the decade, COVID era. Prop firms, that has blown up. I mean, it was a thing when I first started trading, but it was all sketchy. When anyone asked about them, of course, you work with so many people, and everyone at first doesn't have a lot of money or an account, right? At least the chat room that, of course, most of us do start anyway because of how much capital we have. We don't usually go to futures or options at first. Just imagine 5-10 years ago, especially 10 years ago when futures, I should say futures definitely weren't really a thing or really known. Options were like, no, that was so foreign, Ollie, when I first started until 2017, 2016. I'm like, I thought that was what, and it is in a way, and especially back then, what, like the big boys were doing, guys that have been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. I'm like, futures, what is all this? Options, oh, I'm lost. No way, no how. And so it was small caps, micro caps, right? And there was just a lot of traders that weren't successful. And then back then, even to this now, finally there's no PDT rule, right? The PDT rule and how to escape it. So everyone wanted to go to either what was called sure trader or brokerages offshore. There was no PDT rule, but at any time they could close, boom, there goes your money. And that actually happened to sure trader, sure enough. And then you had prop firms. Like, hey, Josh, what about prop firms? You heard about these? I'm like, yeah, but where are they based at? Same thing as sure trader. You don't know what's going to happen. You may, and I'm like, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen with those prop firms at any time? I mean, you have to pay for it. And I just didn't know much about them. Now they are so huge. There's so many prop firms. There's tons of them.
Many prop firms.
Yeah, so many of them. And so I love the fact that it's given so many newer traders or even experienced traders the opportunity to use different capital, so they're not having to use their own and invest in their own, because it's definitely a nice new outlet. So yeah, more and more, that's what I was saying, Nigel, imagine 10 years from now what trading's like and all the different options you have. Imagine 30 years from now, 50 years from now. Oh my gosh, it's going to be amazing. But hopefully by then, all we're doing, because we've been doing this for so long, is we're just Warren Buffing it, throwing little money here, some money there. Ollie's out on her yacht with a helicopter pad. I'm going to come in.
I actually just found out that one of my clients has a private jet. And I'm like, can we do a trade? Like, I don't want to stand in line at the airport no more. And I've been manifesting that. I was like, okay, let's manifest somebody that has a private jet so I don't have to fly anymore in the
You act like you act like you're flying every weekend to some resort like in Colorado.
I will be. Relax.
Well, then you'll have your own private jet.
No, I don't want to maintain it.
Oh, wow. Look at you. Good gosh. Well, then you better be doing something for the guy for the private jet. Like, you better be investing his money to say, hey, you tell me what weekends I can fly, and I'll tell you what stocks that you need to bank on, and here's your deal.
Exactly.
I love it. Hey, we talked about that jokingly on the it was one of the streams that we're talking about, where someone gets the yacht, like we all have something. So that way, one of us gets the private jet, one of us gets the yacht, one of us provides all the transportation and vehicles, one provides for like all the houses and Airbnbs or whatever, Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be the life. We all say, okay, everyone's got to contribute 10 million. All right, there's a private jet. All right, 10 million. There's a $10 million yacht. Okay, 10 million in properties. Okay, 10 million in rides. We got it coming all the way. We'll call it the 10 Millionaires Club.
Yes. Down. Nigel, Taku, you guys can join us. Who else is on the top?
Yeah. Oh, anyone at TTP's down and ready to rock and roll. I am so down for that. I wonder if Steve's going to be able to join us today. I don't know. He did. I just messaged him, or I
was just about to say, where's our homeboy?
I guess he found out his vehicle got towed, and he literally, I would have just, I don't know why. Well, at the point that I haven't, you see that it got towed. So I just found out my car got towed outside my girlfriend's. I'm on the bus now. But anyway, it says it's going to be late. If it's already towed, it's towed. There's nothing you can go do. Just wait till afterward. That's what I would have told him. Like, hey, No. Boss says, get your butt to work. There's nothing you can do now. You can't go to the tow guy and say, no, you can't tow my car. You can be one of those videos where you're trying to you get in your car and you try to back it out of the tow thing and then it breaks your car or whatever. I'm like, come on. So I guess he's dealing with that right now. SPY really over the last this hour alone, Ollie, look, we're dead. We're kind of just meandering right here. There's not a lot of movement. You're kind of, it will always say, it kind of reminds me of at the end of the day whenever you talk and all the guys say pencils down, pencils down. Does seem like that. Everyone's waiting for that next big move right now. We're really holding below today's lows. That's starting to become a little bit of resistance. So I'm getting a little worried for longs here. This looks like it wants to coil over and honestly go down for some more dumpies.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Got Forever Lines in, though. They're working out 736, almost on the dot working. That's why my next target. And this was kind of my goal for the day. I didn't think we would get this low, but once we started moving down, this was kind of my target for you shorters, Miss Short Queen in chat. But I do feel this looks like it gets short and we see some new lows coming up soon.
Wait, there's a short queen on the chat?
You're the Short Queen, I thought.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Short Queen.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, and we'll have to get, and then this Friday too as well on the Friday live stream talking about your girl to come on over.
She was a little busy on Friday.
Okay.
She was living her best life. I said, look, you could have just hopped on. I mean, we had already planned, and I don't know. Anyway, next Friday.
Let's do it.
It's actually pretty fun, but like I wasn't feeling that well that Friday. Did you guys finish off with a good conversation about kids?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, we yeah. It was the usual Friday fun goofiness, but yeah, we got some information on the kids. Now I know, which I just thought, what's that first, like, how long's the journey until you can like kind of put it on like cruise control? When is that like you can like relax, so to speak, when you finally get sleep? So if and when, maybe me and Avery do, because I would love it. I'd love a girl like we talked about, but I don't know if it's in the bag. Hopefully we'll see if Avery wants to go through with it. Of course, we're age-wise too, think about that, but yes, I just wanted to know how long is it? And so, yeah, I guess it's about 5 years, 4, 5, 6 years, somewhere in there. I guess depending on how good an age your kid's age or whatever. But man, I was like, man, 5 years of just, it's a long time. It's a long time, Ollie.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting old too, so my mom's like, yeah, that's it. I give up. I don't think you're gonna give me any grandchildren. I'm like, chill, woman. We're not in your days, She had me when she was 18. Imagine. I can barely handle one dog. So we'll see.
Come on. You could do at least 3 or 4 dogs. I think you could do 2. I think you could do 2.
I've been wanting to. I want to get Ella a sister so she could play with. But then again, like if I travel or if I go somewhere, it's gonna be hard to have somebody watch both of them. So it's right. Like, yeah. Wait, what do you guys do when you travel? You barely travel, huh? Like, when was the last time you traveled?
When I went to the AKNR New Orleans. So yeah, not since February.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really care. I mean, I do want to travel, but I'm not. I hate airports and I hate flying, so I'm not like. I don't care about I don't really care about it. You like airports and flying?
I don't mind them. It's part of the journey.
Oh, I can't stand them. Oh, I can't. It's all on their time. I got to sit next to it. Like, I always, of course, want to upgrade, but when I can't, just I hate how little airplanes are. You might as well be in a car at that point, and that's the thing. I'd rather be in control. How long am I going to drive for? When am I going to stop? That's all in my control, and that's unfortunately my brain too, right? I'm built that way where I have to be in control. I don't like when I'm not in control, and I'm not in control at all when it comes to the airport. It's all on their time, when it comes to checking stuff in, and there's lines or going through TSA or whatever, more lines and waiting, Yes, you can upgrade. I don't travel enough to even, but I guess anyway, I'm just annoyed with it, the process of it. And airplanes are really little. I'm not a fan of airplanes at all, but yeah, it's all right. It depends on where we're going. If we're going somewhere that I'm super excited about, I don't really mind it too much for sure. Yeah, if you're going somewhere that's, you're like, I'm going to the Bahamas. Yeah, I'll probably be pretty excited. I'm not really care too much about the flight. It's all about Let's get me to Bahamas, baby. But my mom watches all the dogs. My mom watches all the dogs. Luckily, we live not too far away, and she loves her grand dog. She does, yeah. Of course, like any mom, she wants a grandkid. Well, look, luckily, have turned her into a dog lover, so she comes over here.
Yeah, same with my mom. She loves my dog.
That's awesome. Still sitting here channel-wise, this whole hour, really not a lot of movement. Really, really slow consolidation here. I'm trying to wait to see if we found the bottom, and maybe we are. We're trying to pop back on up here. A lot of these plays looking similar today. Not PY. Let's go to SPY, though. Finding a base. They're trying to come off that bottom here. So maybe that could be it. Maybe we need Steve to come in, and he has the power like He-Man here to pop us on up here. I've been trailing off this moving average all day long, so this is going to be the next key resistance, moving back up to 737, 80, 90 area. So, and in small caps, it's absolutely a yawn fest. Anything moving earlier in the micro caps that I usually cover, it's just one of those slow end of July Mondays. It literally truly reminds me of the which you guys I don't think are possibly too hot and spicy out in California. What's the heat where you're at in San Fran or in the area?
It's not even that hot. It's like 70 something.
Yeah. Right now it's already like 90 degrees out plus outside or whatever. So yeah, it reminds me of middle of summer, late summer, school starting soon. It's 100. Today's high. Yesterday's high here was 102 degrees.
Holy moly! Is it humid or I'm getting a jacket? Sorry.
Yes, it is very humid in Arkansas during the summer. It is nasty.
Like, I'm actually cold right now. I scalped PLTR, or no, sorry, Microsoft. I'm in an option call.
You're on Microsoft. You're going long.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I'm at 40%. I'm gonna get ready to sell it into the highs there.
Yeah, we'll see some resistance coming in probably right about right now, maybe over the next 20 cents or so into the 393 mark. Nice little pop there. This one, like we were talking about, this one and Apple and Google are the three. If you're looking at the kind of the tech plays that were up today, and where there's Google not really doing too much. You picked the right one. Let's go over to Apple real quickly, see if I can see any movement here from Apple.
So can we review Apple since it's been so bullish, and I don't really do bullish momentum or like calls at all-time highs. Can we go over how you can possibly trade such a bullish run? Like, do you just buy and hold, or can you go in on pullbacks? Can you go in on the flags? How do we know that the flag's gonna hold? Like,
well, the first thing would have been back. Well, I know I alerted this, but let's just scroll back a little bit. When you see charts, right? So you know me, I'm always about charts. If I scroll back to right here, and on this day, we're building up to all-time highs again, right? So we can see we're ascending, and we start moving back into this resistance area. This was moving into a Sunday, because I remember giving this saying this is charts of the week. This looks like it wants to squeeze. So A, take the breakout. Then B, take the back test. So like, right, we have like, say even like a downtrend break. Sometimes we'll break the downtrend, come up, then we'll come back down, possibly to bounce on that. That may not happen. That's why you take the breakout. That way you're at least in some. So you could have taken the breakout. Fuck it. It came back down on me. But then bought back in on the retest for the move up. So that's what I like to preach. So now what are we doing here again, Boo? Doing it again. Coming back in like very similar, but in smaller fashion. So earlier, resistance, come down, we're doing it again. Well, resistance comes back down, we're doing it again. So what I would tell you is watch for the next leg up, watch for the breakout, watch for this to move to 350, 355. Then what would you do? You not only take the breakout, but take the retest of the former highs, which would be this 339. We'll just essentially call it 340. That's how I would trade it. Now, yeah, if you want to come back down and get dips along the way, well, like I always have taught, especially when you have a lot of old supply, well, supply becomes demand. Did we quite get down to it? Unfortunately, we didn't. But it is still kind of representing of, well, the higher low pattern continues to work over and over and over to where we can take the breakouts or we can take the retest back down. You know, we can take the breakouts or we can take the retest back down. We can take the breakout and then again the retest back down. That's how I would trade it and have been trading it.
okay. So when it breaks out, typically it takes like what, half a session to retest and break out again?
Well, I mean, it just depends. I mean, talking about over on the daily, you can see sometimes it takes multiple days to come back down to the retest area.
Yeah,
So if
because
you're
like if you're for example, if you're on the 1 hour, right, and you see that consolidation before that breakout, like let's say you enter in on that breakout, but then it pushes to a new high, but then it just comes pretty much all the way back down to where you entered. So it's like like that would like you would have to hold that like almost a week for it to actually push to a new high.
That's what, yeah, that's how you trade. That's how I trade like Tesla on the crack. I would have traded SpaceX and I should have traded SpaceX. That's just kind of the opposite of Apple. But imagine, again, SpaceX here. We pop up from the initial IPO play, right? I think this is, or maybe I have to go back a little bit further. Let's go back a little bit further so I can really show you this. Yeah, good enough. Whatever. I know that's IPO back here anyway, regardless. So here's our IPO day. We just quick to 150. Boom, we go up. So what this is now the opposite. We're coming back and we're breaking down. Instead of breakout, we're breaking down. I just find the neckline. So neckline is boop, 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 boop. So we find the neckline, and this is where you can either, again, yeah, take the breakdown of it and then add in back through here. It's going to work over time, or you just wait for it to fully crack below all of it. You just give yourself, like, say, it's somewhere around 145, 150. But I want to see 142s. Then I'll start adding in there, and if it ever comes back up to the retest area, that's where I'll get back in more, right? Essentially a dip buy is what I would consider it. You're just retesting the area. It's kind of like, almost in a way like your trade earlier that you had on SPY, where it comes down, you get in, but it comes back up and retest. I don't mind on swing plays. It's funny, I was talking about that earlier in the one-on-one. Why is it called swinging? When you're swinging a bat, you swing a golf club. You don't, I hold this. I don't swing this. I hold this. I don't swing at it. Anyway, my hold plays is like I really want to start calling them. I know they're going to work out over time. TAC, what did I say? 100, sub 100, right? We know I've said this for weeks now. And then so you get in as it cracks below, and if it ever comes back to retest your crack zone, that's where I would add in on it.
Yeah, what was the Tesla price also? Because Tesla's crashing.
Tesla was 300 minimum for me. I wanted this down to 300, but I really feel this over time works its way all the way down into the 280, sub 300 area for sure. I think this hits the right back down here. Yeah, I got a line in. So 300 is the main line. I think under 300 she sees like the 280s or so.
That's cray.
And same thing here. I just got in on for the crack. Well, of course with earnings. But if it cracks, then I know I'm what my one crack zone. It's right here at 68.90. I can either add in there, or if it comes back up, this is one of those ones where you're just like, well, sayonara, I can't add in anymore. See you later. And I didn't get to add in anymore. It's just the original share size I got in for the crack I got in, and then you just scale out along the way.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm getting in some shorts with you. I'm trying over here. I've been really long based over the last few months because of small caps being absolutely TCGLs of the world. Yeah, TGCL. Oh, it's TCGL. It is. Oh, we can't pull it up anymore? Did they finally get rid of TCGL? Hold on a sec here. Hold on. Did they get rid of this TCGL? Go back here on the 4 hour. Nope, it's still around. Okay, it's still just T12. Still just T12. Okay. I was wondering or H11, whatever it was. So I had a lot of breakout plays in the small cap sector, micro sector. That's led me to just stick really long base. And so you're getting these grooves of going long. I have had some pretty good shorts. And yeah, this is definitely one of them. Are you out of your Microsoft? Did you still hold into that?
I'm still holding.
Good job. I like it. Looking good. Still looking constructive.
I mean, yeah, it's holding, giving us higher lows. I'm on the 5 minutes, so I don't watch the...
Josh said 240, so I think in one of the live streams, I think I did say that tack for fun. I'm like, hey, it could come all the way. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's 420. Yeah, we just jumble up the letters. Yeah, it's kind of like when CPHR or whatever it was last week. If you unscrambled these letters, what would be the word you form? And it was chip. Yeah, I guess today, unfortunately, Mr. Steve the Achieve,
He's not coming?
I guess not. I guess he's just going to be, because when he said he's taking the bus, I was like, taking the bus, and where you live at, I mean, that's a populated area. I'm like, there's no way he's gonna be able to get to his vehicle and then back with the vehicle. I don't know. Yeah, so no worries. But I just now realized what time it was. I was like, oh, Steve the Achieve not coming on today.
I know it different. Usually you're not on and he's on.
All right, we have DFNS. This is a runner from this morning. Did have I think it had a PR earlier in the day. This has to do with, it has some, let's see, T3 Defense shares are trading higher after Security and Defense acquired a 16, almost 17% stake in the company. So this did have a PR earlier in the day. We do have a float of around 930K on DFNS. Right now, up on the day, 160%. So we are at least getting a little bit of a nice mover here on DFNS. The T3 Defense, Ollie knows all about this company. She actually used to work for them back in the early 2000s, laying down grid work over in Saudi Arabia for the United States Marine Corps. I feel like I can just come up with that just out of nowhere.
Yeah. I'm like, geez, where is he getting this information from?
Oh, that was another Alejandra. That was Alejandra. There we go. And almost right into the uptrend channel right there. So almost up into your uptrend channel resistance. DFNS, nice, good move here at lunch. Beautiful uptrend channel overall. I like this sandwich area. We know we talk sandwiches, Tack. Of course, Ollie, I've been talking sandwiches to you for years now. Right here, old resistance becoming new support. Absolutely love it. So that's your kind of midline area too. If I did fibs, where we've come from, we'll just call it 7 up to about 12. Well, 7 to 12 is $5. 5 divided by 2 is $2.50. 12 minus 250. What does that take us, Ollie? Takes us to 950, and holy shit in Chicago bongs. Look where the bounce is coming from. There's your 50 fib. So a beautiful area right through this area. Anywhere, I love 50 to 61.8, 62 essentially fib area. Those are my favorite retracements, 50 to 60%. Usually, typically are the bee's knees, so to speak. Nigel says, I don't have kids either as of yet, but I'm looking forward to kids. Okay, Nigel. So, Nigel, how many kids we having, Nigel? You want 2?
How many kids are we having? You ask him as if you're going to be the dad.
Well, no, I said, yeah, well, okay. How many kids are you having? You know what I mean? I meant we'd include it into I'll be Uncle AK is my point.
That sounds good. I like Uncle AK.
Unk AK. Unk. Speaking of Unk, that's funny. Woke up and it was either Netflix or HBO. I think it was Netflix, but had a new movie out this weekend. I forgot which network or which one it was. All the different sort of streaming services we have. It's called 72 Hours with Kevin Hart, and it's got you'll see some of the younger guys that are in it. So essentially, in why I said Unk, he gets accidentally. The one thing they didn't bring up, I wish they would have brought it up. He gets accidentally added to a text chain, and it's a bunch of guys pitching a bachelor party. Well, he's like an exec when it comes to promoting exec for pitches for a company, right? So like, hey, there's this vodka company came to us and we have to put out a commercial for it. They want us, we pitch the idea and they say yes or no. And so he's of course now Kevin Hart in his 40s, right? He is getting older, so now he's seen as does he have the touch anymore? And his first pitch he gave was not great. Well, he luckily gets added to this text chain, and I knew he was like, well, he's going to go to this guy's bachelor party in Miami, and so they call him Unk essentially the whole time, and it's a fun movie. It's definitely I thought it'd be kind of dumb, but in the end, I was actually kind of intrigued into it. You would like it, Ollie. It's really fun. It's really goofy, but yeah, I was like, Unk.
What's it called?
Oh, it's called 72 Hours.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, it just came out. It literally just came out. Yeah, I don't know what streaming service it's on, but it's on one of the streaming services. Yeah, when we woke up, it was something new. Like, oh, this is new. So Saturday, we just throw stuff on because at first, waking up from a week, especially me, I talk all week long. We can put anything on. I'm just gonna watch. You throw whatever on. I'm just gonna lay on the couch, chill with the dogs all around. I'm just just out.
Yeah, that's what I did yesterday. I had soup and I passed out.
Nice soup. And she had soup and she passed out. 12 on the dot. What kind of soup do you have?
It's called it's like chicken noodle soup, pretty much.
Okay, yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
But made with mom's love. My mom made it.
Ooh, with mom's love here. I don't know what's going on with, unfortunately, the Trader Evolution charts right here, team, but we do, unfortunately, are seeing some weird charting and a massive gap down there and a price split of some sort. I don't think that's truly the case. I have some charting, at least on my side over here. So on my side for DFNS, the next resistance area I have, honestly, isn't until 1360. So 1360, then I've got 1440 into 15-ish area. So those would be your next two resistance areas over that $12 in market high. Beautiful move there from DFNS. Kind of got off my radar until the news popped earlier, and that's where you see this jolt where it actually dropped on all platforms. It was out earlier in the day, and that's why you see the move anyway, right? We're already gapping up from Friday because of that move, that PR, and then it dropped on all the platforms here. Halts up out of nowhere, and now we were just moving up. Truly, 100% move from the PR, the actual PR double release, the re-release of the PR, which you'll see that in these piece of crap small cap companies. Have you seen the James Franco YouTube shorts about aliens? I have not. Is that just on YouTube? Is that on YouTube TV? What is that on, Joe? I've not seen that. James Franco YouTube. I'd love to see it. That'd be cool. Him and Tom from Blink-182. That would be awesome because, of course, him and Blink-182 split ways for a while. He got into that big aliens thing. So I would love to see Tom and James Franco do a Netflix special on aliens. Not that I'm big into aliens, but it definitely is a topic of discussion with the government, FBI releasing all the footage and the data, at least some of what they have. I say all. There's no way they release all of it, but have not seen or heard of that.
Neither.
Mr. Franco. All right, so the rest of the day, Ollie, what are we looking for yourself? Anything you're looking in for? How's Microsoft doing for you as well?
Good. I just had a little pullback. It's now holding and pushing. I'm in profit. And I think that's it. Honestly, like I was overly I was too overloaded this morning because I was trading 2 accounts and options. So I think my cognitive load is maxed out.
She says it's maxed out. Check it and see. Well, guess what? You know how you can work on that, boo boo?
How? Watching a Netflix show?
No, if you want to, you have to strengthen that so you can handle more load. Is the point? You know what you do?
What?
Add you about 7 or 8 dogs in that little 1-bedroom studio.
Hell no. No way, Jose.
You will learn how to deal with more stress than you can handle right now. You won't even know stress. You will like, oh, you think you're stressed out? Boo, come to my place. Got 7 little ones running around. I'm streaming live. I can handle it all now.
Yeah, how do you feed them?
All at once and just about 4:30, 5 o'clock every day is about the time they get fed, and they get fed all in the same area. So first we do the cats, and I feed them. I do the cat litter every day. I do the cat litter, then we feed them. Sometimes Avery's ahead of me, and so she'll help me out. She'll do anyway. It's cat litter, heat up because we have some elderly dogs, so we actually make their food, whether it's ground chicken, ground turkey, right? And then we'll put some carrots, some green beans, some bell pepper, sweet potato.
You cook that much for that many dogs?
No, that's just for some of the older ones we do that for.
Oh,
so she'll heat that up, do the cat poop. So all I have to do is go in there, feed the 2 cats, then they're eating. Then I go in back to the kitchen and get all 14 dog bowls ready. That's right, 14 dog bowls I get ready at once. And they get fed in succession. Einstein first, he's the oldest, so he goes right underneath me.
Einstein.
Yeah, so cute, Einstein, especially now that he is the oldest. He's 16 turning, he's getting into 17, but he's 16 years old. But feed him first, and then it's Elle, and then it's Margot. Avery will then help me out. She takes Merlin back in the office, and he eats in here. Then she'll go get Domino's bowl. That's so the 4 Great Danes get fed first. Domino's back in our bedroom just to kind of separate the big guys so they aren't all in one area. And Elle and Margot are kind of close to one another in the kitchen. And then after that, then I feed Emilio and Darla. They get fed underneath the turtle tank. And then I feed Neville, and I give Miles' bowl to Avery. Miles gets fed on the couch. Neville gets fed by the water bowls. Then I go get Chester and Jack's food. They get fed on either side of the Peloton. And then I get Petey, Rue, and Queenie's bowls. I said Ava. That's the lab we used to have. Now it's Queenie. But again, I get those 3 bowls and feed them in different spots in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and they get literally, if you go take someone's bowl and put it where they don't get fed, like if I had you feed them, like, hey, go feed them, and you were like, you just start putting bowls down, they wouldn't know what to do. They would be like, what are you doing? This is what
was I saying? Oh, you should film a day in life and go through your whole
I know I need to. I'm gonna have I need to start doing more of that kind of stuff because people would be so intrigued. On those, because it doesn't take long to put those videos together. It's just 15 seconds here, 40 seconds.
Tell me about it. I just released one on my IG, and it took me a whole week. I'm up 60% on this option contract. I'm gonna sell it.
Do it. Yeah, look at it. We're going through it, rolling through our levels here. Good long here from Ollie. Ollie, you're probably going to see high of day, so definitely hold at least a runner here. Could see that move back up and double top in the highs. Beautiful long, like this uptrend channel that we're in. Beautiful, beautiful squeeze in here. Speaking of squeeze, DFNS is another chart that looking at for going to the for the large or small caps. DFNS looking like she wants that next leg up possibly. Avery's the TV is so loud, Avery. My good lord out there.
I can hear it.
I mean, she's like her mom. It'd be back in the day. We would go over like when I first started dating Avery, and I'd go like they had a split level house, right? So her mom was always in like the bottom level. It was like it was a nice size house. So it had the living room up top, but as soon as you went down to the bottom level, kind of curled around the stairs. It was a big open downstairs room where you kind of had the library or stuff to the front of the left. Big open living room in front of you, and there were more bedrooms down the hallway. But anywho, she kind of had her own living room essentially. And I remember we would come home, right? Of course, she still lived with him when I first met her. And oh my, I'm like, we couldn't hear each other. I'm like, can she not hear that? I'm like, I can hardly talk. Like, it would be so funny how loud her TV was. And now I make fun of her. I'm like, you're turning into your mom. Because yeah, listen.
I put my music hella loud too. That's probably because I grew up in Mexico where you'd wake up to music at 6 in the morning and it was just like on all day long.
Yeah,
Like,
trust me, living in Dallas. Yeah.
the music is blasting. The kids are running around. Everybody's yelling. There's someone in the kitchen all the time. And then you got my grandpa with the max volume watching soccer.
Yeah. And so then just a random go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I go running.
Yes. But yeah, no, that's funny because when we lived in Dallas, our house was called the Casa Linda area. It was a nice area, but it definitely had a lot of Spanish and Latinos in there in the area, and especially right behind us. Unfortunately, I say right behind us, it was kind of like catty corner. It was diagonal behind us, and I'm not kidding you. How many nights they were having their fiestas essentially till we're talking like midnight. It'd be like midnight 1 or 2, and I'm like, okay, like this is getting out of control. Like hopefully someone please calls the cops soon. Like we got to get. It'd be like Tuesday night, like 2 in the morning, and we're just like, please stop it. It's so loud over there. How are y'all still? Yeah, I love it. But yeah, I remember that. Yeah, me and Avery had a few of those nights where we're just like, wow, I can't believe they're still going. This is crazy. Do they ever stop?
Dude, when I just recently went to Mexico in October, I stayed at my stepdad's house, and in Mexico, like where I'm from, there's a bunch of families that have like little shops, right? So somebody will do like car repairs, sell sandwiches, or do this,
Right.
or like small businesses, but it's in their homes. So next door to the house, there was a mechanic, and dude, I mean, this guy would play the music until midnight. And everybody's like partying like until 1, 2, 3 in the morning, depending if there's like an event or something. And there's an event almost every weekend. And then you wake up to the music and the roosters at 6 in the morning or earlier. And I'm just like, bro, like these people never sleep.
Yeah, no, yeah. What's funny with that? That's funny you just said rooster. We literally had in that Castle in the neighborhood literally a rooster that it would kind of go from. I'm like, who brought this into the neighborhood? And it would just go from, and literally finally I'll never forget Avery because she was still, I think she was still in store setup and wasn't quite to regional manager yet. I'm guessing that, or she was out of town doing a manager anyway, she was out of town. And sure enough, it was our night. The one night out of the however many years we lived at that house, he's sitting right, because as soon as you go out our back door, you actually went out the side of the house and then went down the steps, and then boom, that walked into the rest of the yard. So essentially when you went out the back door, you saw the side of our fence, the privacy fence. And sure enough, one night, I'll never forget, I'm like, whoa, it's right there, just huge, just chilling. I'm like, the one night you're gonna hang out at our house, right? Which was so funny. And so I had pictures of the dogs like looking up at it, or whatever. But yeah, that's so funny when you mention rooster. I'm like, wow, yeah, I'll never forget that. 100%. That was part of the neighborhood too.
I'm up like 86%. I'm gonna sell right into that new high.
Yeah, boom. This is what I talked about here. Ollie, good job here, getting multiple points out of this.
Did anybody take this with me?
I don't think anyone probably did. They were probably, and you're getting the move off the SPY here. You were one of the ones that found one of the better plays because, you go back even just 20 minutes ago, we weren't really doing too much of this. Finally, we got a little bit of lift off here from the SPY. getting a little bit of movement. Not a lot of good movement when it comes to large caps, mega caps. Meta or Microsoft, I should say, was one of them. You got one of the nicer pops right here.
Yeah, I saw that pullback. It was holding higher lows. I still think it has room to push to 400. Maybe not today, but the 4 hour looks really nice. It's inverting the 4 hour bearish fair value gap on the 4 hour time frame.
Love it. Love it. Good job. Yep, then that's it. That's probably about me. It could make me get a little higher, but that's kind of like your touch right there, somewhere in there, Ollie. Nice, good move.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have coming up later on today. Steve should be back. I hope at some point I'll reach out to him. I know he didn't get to come and join us today for the lunch recap, but we do have Power Hour into earnings stream coming up later today. We're going to start our earnings streams earlier. We have been starting them usually, most part, 30 minutes after Power Hour starts, so 30 minutes before the closing bell. But to make sure we always have it covered, we get all the information out. Steve can get through all his previewing of what tickers we're going to be covering, which today we have got quite a bit to look at. Not as much in the days to come, but still have a decent amount of earnings later today. Let's see here. What do we got scheduled for today? My gosh, we've got they're all scheduled. Today, though, Alejandra, we have APLD, NVTS, AMKR, NUE, CLS, just to name a few of the earnings plays to cover. You're going to be back You're going to be back this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Possum sauce, my love. I'll jump in for a little bit. I am busy on my own end today, but I'll see maybe if hopefully Steve will be here. If not, I'll definitely make sure I can do what I can to jump in here and maybe get Jesse in.
Taco, are you banking?
Yeah, he was talking about IGV earlier. Cool. Sounds good, girl. I will see you back later on. I'll jump back on for a little bit. Come back, guys, in about 1 hour. Alejandra, Steve, got you covered for earnings. Until then, put the scanners up. Great trade. Look at that. New high of day. New high of day. New high of day. New high of day.
All right, I'm flat. Good job, Taco.
What a lunch trade today. Beautiful. Good job there.
That
Good
was
job.
nice.
Oh, man. Gotta give it to you. Gotta give you the love, the flowers. Good job. Congratulations. And look at you, too. Going long. All right. We'll see you guys back in just a bit.
All right. Bye, guys.
Merlin. That's Merlin. Merlin. He says, I'm huge. He's as big as I am. Yeah. Dogs on dogs.
All right, traders, what's up, everybody? Steve Tileman here with Power Hour. Thanks so much for joining. We are live, and let me know if the charts are coming in clear. Let me know if they're coming in clear. We're having a little bit of issues. All right, and I have the second cup of coffee. We're so ready. We are so there, guys. How's everybody doing today? How we got him? How we doing in the chat? Tyler, I see you. Tyler, I see you. Would you miss? Well, we dumped pretty hard out of the gates. It seems like we're trying our best to stabilize. I'm watching these chips here. So we got MU on the left, SMH on the right. We'll switch on over to Qs in general, see what's good. It seems like we're making a very valiant effort to base here. Essentially, we got a bad dump and we're trying to stabilize before kind of the wheels fall off of this on a larger time frame is how I'd kind of look at this. So on this daily, we have cracked on Qs and we better hold pretty darn soon. We could come down just a little bit more for my system. Would like to get long at 670. I'm not sure how I would feel if it just knifed straight down through today's base that it's made. That would be a little bit spooky. I think we're just kind of washing out, de-risking into this potential earnings season, and let's see. And yeah, I don't know. I'm still looking to get long chips. I still think that the bottom is sooner than people are expecting right now. If we look at the leader MU here, these bottlenecks are not going away, folks. Not soon enough for this sell to make sense in my book. It seems more likely that it is getting pushed down due to other reasons. I think that we want to maybe reach a little bit deeper. I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see 780. 780 is the next stop where I'm really interested in. It's this big gap that we broke away from. The bigger support starts, 730, 750, somewhere around there. Does it get to 700? It could still hold 650 even and still, in my book, not be dead. I really would not expect it to be able to lose 650 and then, or like 630 or so, and then have a meaningful recovery. I think that would take like an extended rebasing period essentially. But here for where we're at right now, we're still holding a higher low structure. If we look at the hourly here, we got a nice bounce today. It's acting right. Got a nice response to this kind of zone where we bid off from prior. So essentially what I'm thinking here is either we get the higher low now, earnings are good, and we're kind of just scaring the heck out of people, scaring the pants off people, and this ends up being the bottom. But you know what? If not, I think we're just one leg away. We'll see. Hey, Alejandra, how you doing?
Hi, Steve. We missed you this morning.
Oh, I missed you guys too. We'll see how much time we have to get into the drama and saga of my personal life here. But let's just say it's been a fun morning.
Oh, great.
But I got my extra coffee, so we're going to call it a wash here. Good to go.
Yay.
How was your day so far?
Really good, actually. I nailed the short, of course, this morning.
Beautiful. Of course,
I,
of course. I would add no less.
and then I went long on Microsoft. I scalped it live on YouTube.
Who is this? Who am I talking to? Long Microsoft. Okay, so why Microsoft?
Because it was holding higher lows. Yeah. It pulled back, and then I went in at 392, and I aimed for the high of day, and I sold into it.
Excellent. Let me put that up on the 1 minute there to reframe it. You said 192 you got, or 392 you got in at?
392.50, yeah.
Excellent.
Right
okay, nice. So came out, formed these highs, came back to VWAP. You saw it. Well, I don't know if you saw the VWAP, but it did break over VWAP, and it looks like over that 390. That was really nice. 392. Hey, I like that. This is kind of how I would play a short on the other side. You know, like momentum out of the top like that.
Yeah.
So I totally get it, and I like that you're not greedy looking for this target. For me personally, I like it off this moving average flip or the VWAP reclaim, just getting you in a little earlier, just because I think this is totally the correct way to play it. If we went like the reverse chart, for example, because then like when you're breaking through to the downside, that momentum is so beautiful, right? It just flushes really hard. You often don't see that same kind of juice to the upside. It did get a nice, just steady move here, but I love that. I love these types of setups when we're looking for downside targets, especially. Really nice job playing both sides of the tape, though. Do you wanna talk about your short?
Yeah, sure. So I told the stream this morning, on the future stream, that I was going to look for a retest on for a continuation to the downside, and I got a little impatient, and I entered in right at like literally like a couple minutes right before market open, and it
Okay.
gave it to me. I was up
Perfect.
like 300 to 400, no, like 400 to 600 bucks, but then I moved my risk into profit about snowman. I moved my risk into profit, and then I got stopped out on that retest, which was supposed to be my entry. But then I re-entered again on 2 different accounts, and then I got the drop. And I held through that little second retest, and then I think my profit target was on your second line at
Second line, somewhere down here, somewhere down further. This guy.
yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
nice,
And
nice. Yeah, loving it.
and then since I was still on stream, I took another put option contract on SPY, and I covered on a drop. I could have kept holding, but I didn't want to be too greedy, and I didn't
Yeah.
want to deal with like a retest or a bounce, or so I just
No,
kind of took
absolutely.
profits and walked away.
Hey, it sounds like a great day. I I am here for it. I like the short in the morning pre-market kind of front running, because if you wait for cash session, then I think it's good to wait for that range to form. As you can see that, we got that nice 15-minute range there. I'll draw it out real quick. But pre-market, sometimes it just slips that and it looks so weak, and you can just say, hey, I think we're going to have a trend down day out of the morning here. And it can be actually really nice to get in before the bell, because then you kind of look like you probably saw this crack right there of the pre-market kind of lows.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then it's beautiful, right? Because that's exactly what we would look for in a morning range, right? Like, say the market opened here or something, like at 5 our time. So then you would have the same kind of opening range that you'd be looking for. Draw that as purple, and we'll draw it to the top side here. So we could see, okay, opening range comes up, forms a top, comes down, comes up, tries to break the top and fails. So if that happened in cash session, I'd be looking for the same thing, either a cheeky, short entry at the top of the range saying, hey, it's shorted, and I think we're going to go to the bottom, and I'd trim here in case I'm wrong, and we just go back to the top. But if we're not box trading, this is usually what happens. It goes, fails the breakout, and then if it looks this week and cracks right into open there, that's a really, really nice short. I love that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to wait, right? Otherwise, you have to wait for like this to form,
Right. Right.
and then you're
What
getting in.
I wanted to do. Yeah.
Or-
Because I also saw the gap fill. You can't see it on Q, but if you look at SPX, there was a big gap to be filled to the downside. And after
Yeah.
this, I will address Snowman because I'm getting yelled at by the chat.
Don't yell at Alejandra. First off, we are even because I bailed this morning. So if anything, I should be apologizing to
Fine.
her, because that's bullshit. But she's so gracious. She didn't even say anything. She just said she missed me. So we're gonna give her a break. Also, she did let me know. I just didn't see the message because it was right before stream. So no worries at all. Nobody's
Yeah.
nobody's gonna
I
be able to be here every day.
Yeah, so I went to salsa class Thursday night, and I'm not sick, like I'm fine, right? But I think it was like the dancing and the breathing, and it was hot, and I think I like dehydrated myself way more than I should have. Next morning, my tonsils were swollen to the point where like it hurt to swallow my own saliva. I tried to talk, and it was like so dry and painful that I was just like, no, I need to just rest my voice, because the whole week my voice was gone, and I was kind of forcing it on the stream. So I never really like rested my voice, and I'm like, okay, that's it. Like, I really can't talk. So I texted Steve and I let him know. But what I should have done was I should have also told Josh, and I don't know why I didn't. I was
Hey,
just so
it's
out of it.
this isn't a struggle session. There's no hard feelings. It honestly no big deal. I just think the guy's
Snowman.
like teasing you. I think that's what it really is.
Yeah, Snowman is so upset at me. Oh my
I,
gosh.
I think Snowman's got. I've talked to Snowman in person before. On a
Oh
on
yeah.
a call-in show. He's a nice guy. I think he's just busting your chops a little bit. He reminds me of my friends. They we rib because we care. So I think it's a
Yeah.
compliment. I
And
did
then
want to get into
today,
some of these. Oh, I'm sorry. What's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think Josh is gonna come in a little bit later, but I wanted to come in and say I do have a client at 12:30, so I actually have to leave now.
Oh, you're good, giving the old high and bye. That's okay. No worries.
I wanted to say hi, and I'm excited for Wednesday. I'll be here all day Wednesday.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually I don't book any clients until after 1, but this was the only time that my client could do it, so I'm gonna go.
I see.
Yeah,
I see where your priorities are. That's good to bolster that side of things. I did want to talk about. Let me get your. How about this? Before you have to leave, let's go around the horn with some of the small cap movers. I want to get your opinion on if you think any are looking good for a potential crack short, or hey, if you like them long, sure, but especially that short side. That sound good?
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, I'm in. So first up, we have DFNS. You can pull it up on your screen or watch it on mine, either way. But this is the biggest mover. We have a 160% mover so far today. And what I'll do is I'll pull it up
These
so
are
you can
very
see
hard
the
to
hour.
trade for me. I get traumatized with these, but especially because like they're so bullish, right? And then it's like, okay, are the shorts getting squeezed? Like, are the shorts done? Like, did the shorts cover? And then the question is the run over? Are we gonna come down and hold and keep going? Because essentially the resistance that I see is around 12 something. So I think maybe this might be done, but it's really hard to go against the trend. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would need a trend line crack here, and then maybe a retest of that trend line to continue to come down lower. And if we can come down lower, then maybe we can come down to like, I don't know, 920, 930.
I'm kind of liking it. So what I'm noticing here is on the daily, it's popping up into this 21-day moving average. That was probably the target, probably like the big target. Could they reach for more? Absolutely. There's another gap or imbalance up here at 15. But what I'm seeing is it's looking to me like it might be starting to look a little bit weak. It was starting to get a crack here 2 minutes ago, just started to pop again. So I want to watch and see if it can really break on down through this 1030 in particular, and then potentially get a little back test action for one of these bad boys, or like
Yeah, so
come
like
down here, come up, and then get a short.
yeah, there we go. That's what I see
Something
too.
like that.
Usually
Okay.
I go to the 5-minute time frame to see if I have a bearish fair value gap, and then I will wait for a second retest of that gap to see if it'll actually give me the short, and then I'll risk above the 5-minute fair value gap.
Okay, let me draw that out. So I think I see what you're saying here, and
It
I like
hasn't finished
these. I
forming.
need to do more of these. What's that?
It hasn't finished forming yet. We have to wait till the 5-minute closes.
Right. But assuming, for example, if we did close here, this would be where the fair value gap is, and we'd be looking for a pop up and then some weakness in there, right?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. I love it. And it's cool that we get to talk some ICT concepts because I don't know, there might be some news coming out later in the week. That's all I'll say right now. Pretty interesting though. Yeah, yeah. Alejandro, I'm sure you were aware
Yeah.
of what the mentor's up to this week. So I don't know, guys. Yeah, check out what he's up to and see what's going on. Maybe you'll hear about that more from us in a little bit. But I will stop teasing y'all. We talked DFNS. I always want to say defense. I guess this is a defensive defensive thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind of
T3
there.
defense. Yeah, we need like the big football signs, like the big white fence, the defense. You know what I'm talking about?
All right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say the 3-minute bearish closed already, so we could utilize that.
Okay, let's check out the 3, and then we're gonna pop on over to
We have 2
BIA.
minutes.
BIA's in action again today. Okay, we got the 3-minute close here, and that's where we drew it out. So we can see this pop up and a rejection around 1169. Somewhere right around there is where I'd like to see it. Let's take a look. And this is kind of what I'd consider a cheat entry. If like the other things stack up, like our higher time frame makes us believe that we could go short. Well, the first thing is have to have a hard stop over the top, because if this thing squeezes, well, it's going to squeeze. And you know what? I'm not willing to have 20%, or like have a massive loss, because this thing can go up to 15 real quick. And that's what, 20% or so. That's quite a stop. I like the tight stop here, and shooting for about $10, I think is a good place. Maybe down to $9.50 like you were talking about. So moment of truth here as we pop up into this moving average, or into this, what do you call it? Fair value gap here. Fair value gap. this side. So the pop up into these moving averages is where we can try to find a seller. So guys, by the way, we are going to be getting into the earnings stream in just a few minutes here. I had to catch up with Alejandra, but we got 4 big earnings to talk about. So I want to make sure we have enough time to really get into them. So we gave you DFNS. We'll be checking in on this one in just a few minutes here when this reaction prints in a minute or two here. I want to put BIYA on your radar as well. This is a big mover here. On the daily, it is trying to bounce on high volume here, on high volume back over this shelf. So if we find traction over 450, well, then I think we really rock and roll. As you can see, we popped above it. We're kind of oscillating around it for now. And let's go full chart intraday. To me, this one's still looking nice and constructive. And I think as soon as we digest this 450 big level for us, you can see it's also the daily trigger here, we could see a real nice move to the upside, where I would be targeting this 50-day at 640, roughly, give or take 10, 15 cents. So anything jumping out at you on this chart here, BIYA? This one's a bit messier.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay,
That's
so
okay, nothing's calling to you.
on the 15-minute time frame, we're kind of getting rejected at this 15-minute bearish fair value gap on the left side. If you take a look at the 15.
How far back are we talking? Just intraday?
Yeah, like around July 20th.
Oh, way long ago. You want me to look back like 3 weeks on a? It feels like 3 weeks.
It's literally hitting that area of resistance. So if it can't go above it, then we're going lower.
Wait, July 20th on a 15-minute chart though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why am I not?
Monday the 20th.
Am I crazy? Oh, I'm so crazy. Ignore me.
What?
I totally see what you're saying now. Okay, yeah, hold on. We're gonna zoom on in. There it is. You don't even want to know what I was thinking. I was like, I didn't know. I was like, what year is it? Where am I? Totally lost. All right, okay, so we draw this up.
Yeah,
there it is. I see.
See how it's hitting that resistance?
Right. No, absolutely. So it's going to be tough, right? We wicked into it once, but here's the thing. We made a higher low. We're pushing even higher. If we continue to hold these moving averages, it might be digesting. So it's going to be fun.
Right.
We'll watch this 451. And also I want to check back in and see how that 3-minute. Oh, looks like they smashed this. I think they smashed the gap. So this one's still, yeah, look at that.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Please, I told you.
So that's
This is
why I always wait for the weakness to show itself in a close
exactly.
under this usually.
Yeah.
Because basically
And
this
now-
is the sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say this is like a prior area where short stepped in, and then they're on the back foot. They try to get one last gasp, and then the bulls are just like, no freaking way. So if we pop back and rejected, this is where they'd show themselves, but the bulls clearly still in control here, and this looks like it's actually halted up. So I would say next stop for this one is 15. I think 15 is very possible for that. Wow, look at that.
I mean,
All right, so see, it's halting.
Even
What's
Baya's
up?
holding 426. So if you want, you can go long at 426 and then risk below the lows and just ride it to the next previous high a day. Which
You
is
could.
I don't know. These are tricky. I don't touch these. These are too volatile.
They're pretty volatile, which is why I usually have to really like it, So I don't hate this, but I think I personally wouldn't take it just because it's not like. You remember that? I forget her name. I think Marie Kondo. She's like, this sparks joy. You know what I'm talking about? This does not spark joy. So I'm just going to pass on it personally. If it gets really nice and constructive over the 450, then I'm actually more inclined to play this. Just kind of like we were talking about on Qs, how sometimes it's beneficial to play that kind of momentum breakout. And that's generally when I like to do that. So, all right. One more for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to get in. Yeah, then I'm going to get into the, and then I'll let you go because I know you gotta get ready for your one-on-one there. So ENTX is next up. This one is another quite substantial mover, up 84% on the day. The thing I like is it doesn't necessarily look done. It looks like a day one mover, a big smash breakout here on the daily. Big move. 320 was a level that it smashed. We'll look intraday and see if it responded to that level. We have another one, 330. And scrolling all the way back, let's go to a weekly. Oh man, this is a really nice base break here on ENTX. This is a biotech play. So I see the big volume up here at 6. I think it would love to get there if it can breach through this 420, 418, where we just bumped.
It looks kind of like the Microsoft trade I took this early this morning. It pulled back. It's holding higher lows. It might go push a new high a day, and then geez, does it even have like where's the resistance?
I don't know.
Oh
I
my
like
God.
this. I'm not
I
gonna
don't
lie.
think this will stop.
No, I don't think so either. I'm
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
It looks
So this one might be
interesting.
sparking something. I don't know. It might be sparking some joy
Yeah,
here. Let's check out some other time frames. This is a tight flag. I like this with a risk under
I
this
like it.
350-ish.
I'm gonna leave
Ooh.
a long running and risk like below these areas here. Let's take
Let's see.
some. Let's full port.
I took a real small. I took 50 shares. So if this thing doubles, I'm making $100 just for the for reference there. I'm not betting the farm here, but I do like the look. I'm in at a 3.84 market on
I'm
this
gonna
chart as
risk
well.
$100 and just let it run to I don't know what.
Hell yeah, let it cook. I like it. So we see this 3.84. That's the entry there, basically playing the break through that point of control. We shall see if it works. I have my stop. Well, I will have my
All
stop
right,
in 1 second. I'll put it in right.
I'm risking
Uh,
100 to aim for a new high a day, which is 419, 420.
I like it.
420.
Safe.
It's a
Hey,
sign.
let's see. I think that I have to put my hard stop at 334, even though it could run here and catch, but I just need to put my hard stop somewhere. If I wanted to be less risk averse, I could also put it at 359, but playing so small, this is like a $20 stop here. So that's fine with me. I'm going to lock that in, stop at, 331. Do, do,
Let me put it
do,
on my
do. There we
phone
go.
so I can watch it when I.
All right. Yeah, we got to gamble a little bit here, guys. It's too much fun. This chart's looking too appealing on higher time frames here. Running just a little bit hot on maybe the hourly oscillator, but the 4 hour, I mean, the velocity is just absurd here. So I think that this one wants to keep it cranking. If not, I'll take the $20
Yeah,
loss. No biggie, because I think that maybe this is a 5-to-1 risk reward, risking
dude,
about 50 cents for about $3, potentially.
look at the monthly. It can go to $10.
That's the thing. Often when we pull up these charts, they just look absurd on a higher time frame. This looks like something I would consider actually like, it's like, well, what do they do? It might be a good company. I don't know. I have no idea. But what I do know is this is a nice kind of scalloped bottom, inverted head and shoulders, maybe something
Yeah.
like
Does anybody
that.
here ever trade Tim Sykes' strategy? It looks like one of his plays. I forget what
Yeah,
it was.
I know who he is. I don't know. I'm just checking the comments here. We got people in the chat who know better than me. So ENTX apparently an Israeli company with recent dilution activated and ready to go. A gambly one, absolutely. Israeli companies are notoriously known
That's
for diluting
so.
when they can. Well, that sounds like they're smart.
Yeah.
Sounds like I mean, if I was a small cap CEO, I'll be honest. I'll be diluting on you guys. That's the name of the game. And I think it is important to know that like every small cap CEO probably would love his stock to double so he can dilute on you.
Mhm.
That's
Okay, I
probably
gotta go
the
for
good.
real.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Get out of here. Have a great time.
Okay,
Thanks
sorry
for
guys.
popping in.
I'll see you Wednesday. Bye.
Take care. Have a good one.
Have fun.
I'll do my best. You as well. So guys, Sakito saying Tim Sykes has no strategy other than cut your losses quickly in a general and vague way. Hey, that sounds like me. Well, despite that not being very quantifiable, it is a good rule of thumb, is it not? So let me catch back up on some of these chats. In 1-2 minutes here, we're going to hop right into the presentation. Let's see. What are we up to? We're just having a good time, aren't we? We're just having fun. There we go. All right, the coffee's kicking in. I'm feeling good. Let's get to the presentation. We got 4 big ones. Let me walk you through what I got in store for y'all. Oh, but I will be hopping into the other room. You guys don't move. I will be back in just a second. Literally just a flash as fast as I can. Realistically, a minute or two, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back, and we'll be in store for APLD, NVTS, NUE, and one that I can't remember off the top of my head, but it'll be back in just a second as soon as I click out of this stream as always. So I'll see you guys in just a flash. Till then.